So it's good morning to all. It's really great to be here. So I'm very glad to welcome you all. It's very good to see friendly faces and friends over here in this forum. As José said, this is the third edition of the Innovation and Smart Specialization Forum, and it's very important for us at the National Innovation Agency that we are very much aware of the responsibility of being the entity that has the responsibility for the operational coordination of the National Smart Specialization Strategy, NA 2030. And of course, this forum is part of this institutional architecture of this strategy. And of course, we at ANI must be sure that we provide the right tools and the right instruments in order to have a good governance of the smart specialization strategy. And we should do it in a continuous way and not just one-off. And of course, one of the things that we need to be sure is that we have this event annually. So we need to be sure that this is a continuous effort, not just one-off. But of course, we wanted that by having these events, we wanted that they are more than just compliance requirements. So we need to be sure that we have a participatory process, that we take on board all the stakeholders, that we have a collaborative process. And of course, we have also the very important thing for us and for the requirements, but also we truly believe it about it, is to have a multi-level coordination mechanisms in place, from the regional level to the national level. That, of course, are features, inherent features of the smart specialization strategies. And if we look around in this audience, so we're still waiting for a few more people, but we hope that we have a very full house today with over 100 people. If we look around this audience, this is what we are finding here. So our participation and what we have registered here for this forum, we have people from higher education institutions, we have entities from the scientific and technological system, we have people from the public administration, and of course we have also people here from private companies and the representatives of the different civil society entities. And this is what we really want, that these mechanisms are truly that the representatives of the society as a whole, the different stakeholders, and we are very proud that we are bringing this together in this meeting. And this, of course, is very important for the principle of the quadruple helix, which means that we need to have this continuous involvement with all in order to have a successful implementation of the smart specialization strategies. And of course, here today is an event for that. And more than everything, I think your presence here represents something very important to us, because we want this to be self-motivated. We want that people that are here today and that participate in this event really are here because they are eager to jointly discuss the future of the smart specialization strategies in Portugal and in Europe. And of course, that reflecting the engagement of a broad spectrum of stakeholders. And so thank you very much for being here, for being self-motivated to be here, and be able to not only listen to our speakers, but also later on as well to engage in the discussions. Of course, this forum is also a forum for us to be able to strengthen the coordination among the 7 regional smart specialization strategies that operate in Portugal. As well, as I mentioned before, this multi-level coordination between them and the national smart specialization that ANI is responsible. And of course, we are in turning point. It's also very important turning point in terms of the negotiation regarding the new multi-annual financial framework. it's very important in this moment to start also the discussions about how smart specialization strategies at national and regional levels can magnify their alignment with other national policies as well, and this is very important, as I mentioned now, with the prevailing EU policy frameworks. So, as I mentioned, we are turning point in terms of negotiations. We need to be sure how important, and we were discussing this last night's dinner about how important these smart specialization strategies at different levels will be in the forthcoming futures. Most of these topics are explicitly mirrored in the forum's agenda today. And of course, we are going to address and reflect some of these challenges that we, as the S3 community, have been debating. And we are here to address them together on these subjects. Let's be transparent, let's be open, let's discuss the issues, let's discuss the challenges, let's discuss the good points and not so good the points about these instruments and the implementation of these instruments. Regarding the program, so José already mentioned a little bit about it, but in the morning we will be having the discussion about intra-regional collaboration and notably how important it is for S3 and how to foster it. And we will have some concrete examples of achievements that derive from projects that are that have been implemented in the last few years, and of course that are grounded on the collaborative efforts across different regions. In the afternoon, we will discuss the future of S3, the Smart Specialization Strategies. First, through the lens of the cohesion policy, and of course, as you all are aware, that in Portugal, this is an essential instrument for S3 operationalization. And of course, we need to derive lessons from it, and we need to think about the future. We need to think strategically about the future. As I mentioned before, since we are at the moment having discussions about the next multi-annual financial framework, this debate, it's very important and very relevant. And of course, all the lessons that we got from here will be very important as well to shape Portugal's position on this topic. Second, and of course, the topics such as innovation, EU strategic autonomy, and competitiveness are shifting to the core of EU policy agenda. We must not ignore that this will have probably very strong impacts on the future of S3. And the last part of this forum today will be devoted to reflect on this, to discuss about these topics. And of course, our aim was here to have a mix, to be sure that we have a mix of different perspectives about the topic, ranging from policy practitioners to academics, and of course, having also both the national and international perspectives on the topic. Of course, I hope that these sessions and discussions that we're going to take place during this day hopefully shed some light on the questions that we all have and all the challenges that we all have regarding S3 implementation, and that we all as a community are part, and hopefully as well that these discussions can contribute. I think this is my time to leave. No, hopefully that this can contribute to design together better evidence-based and more impactful public policies. That's what most of us that are here aim for. Finally, I would like to thank Annie's fantastic team for organizing this event. This team led by José Antão, but with many people here, Teresa, Rita, Artur, Carmen, all of them have made this possible. And so thank you very much for organizing this for the community. And I wish you all a pleasant and fruitful forum. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Antonio, and thank you, everyone. So let's get to work, right? And we have a keynote speaker now, which we're very pleased to have with us. Ron Boschma is full professor of regional economics at Utrecht University. Is also at Stavanger University, right? And previously at Lund. Has been working for a long time on regional economics, regional resilience and development, and also on smart specialization, of course. So it's going to be a very nice introduction for us to frame the rest of the day. So thank you very much for joining us, and please take the floor. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much. Thanks so much for all being here, and thanks so much for the invitation. It's really nice to be here, to be at this platform here in Portugal. I know you have been very active, and you're still very active on implementing smart specialization strategies. So I'm also very curious to hear what the latest insights are, what the latest experiences are. I was asked to say something on the importance of interregional linkages in smart specialization strategies. So I hope I can fulfill the expectations in that respect. Just to also give a bit of credit to another organization that I'm involved in, which is not even on my slide, so that's why I will refer to it, is that I also have a UNESCO chair in Toulouse. In France, so just to be complete here. All right. Well, of course, in front of such an audience, I don't really have to explain what smart specialization policy is about, so I won't refer too much on that. As you all know, has been implemented since 2014, although countries also introduced it later on, right? So, but. Just one slide on it, at least to be on the same page, at least. This is always how I've understood smart specialization policy. First of all, to me, the main objective is try to develop new specializations, but also upgrade existing activities in the region. It's all about setting priorities, right? Because you cannot move into any direction. You really have to be very keen on the types of strengths that you already have, what type of capabilities are available that you could use to exploit new economic activities. If everybody would do like that and follow this type of argumentation, it would mean that you would avoid duplication across regions, right? That not everybody is going for the same, that we all try to build Silicon Valleys somewhere, although not having any capabilities whatsoever to do that. Bottom-up strategy, as you all know, and if so, it will be a no one-size-fits-all policy. Every region will have its own peculiarities and therefore its own specific capabilities, and therefore smart specialization strategies should actually represent that, right, on the type of priorities that are actually set in those strategies. And then, of course, it is really about the involvement of local stakeholders, public, private organizations, citizens, social movements, and all of that in order to decide about in what direction they go. And this has been dubbed as the entrepreneurial discovery process that we know so well. But also, already since 2014, there was also included the importance of interregional linkages across boundaries of member states. It was really put like that, right? So to try to connect to regions abroad and figure out what they can mean to you when building up this smart specialization strategy. Now, we all know that has not been really implemented that much, especially in the 2014-2020 period. But just let me go a bit back to the setting priorities argument, which I think is very important and which I really like about smart specialization strategies, is that if you want to develop new economic activities, we know from many empirical studies that new economic activities are not built from scratch, right? They build on and are embedded in local capabilities. And those local capabilities, there might be sets of knowledge or sets of skills that are present in your region, and they condition which activities will be feasible to develop. If you have, had to put it in simple terms, if you have no capabilities in AI, it would not be very wise to prioritize AI in your region because the likelihood that you will fail in developing that will be pretty high. So those local capabilities are actually crucial because they not only provide opportunities to diversify into new economic activities, but they set also limits to what you can achieve, right? So, and every region in that respect is different. And this is also a topic that I've been working on myself, the principle of relatedness, in the sense that what you actually try to go after is that you want to set a priority of a particular activity in your region that is very much related to the ones that you already have, because if so, it would lower the cost of diversification. If you can really build already on existing capabilities that are super relevant to move into something new, that might be preferable and then a targeting priority that is completely unrelated to the activities that you already have, because if you would still do so, again, you would probably fail to develop that. Now, I asked last night, can I make it a bit technical, but I don't want to go too much into technical details, because it's easy to say, right? So you have to go for a priority that is very much related to the existing activities that you have. But how to do that, how to operationalize that, how to make that work in smart specialization strategies. Now, just a few words on that, but again, not going too much into all kinds of technical details. What you are really after is that you, no matter if you look at technologies or industries or occupations, what you're trying to do is to what extent all of those activities that are included in economies as a whole, to what extent they can mean something to them in terms of sharing similar capabilities or sharing similar capability requirements. So so what you're after is to determine to what extent activities are related to other activities. Is there a high relatedness or is there a low relatedness? High relatedness means that they share similar capabilities. If there's low relatedness, they have nothing to offer to each other in that respect. So that's what we do in a lot of empirical studies. One simple example of that is doing co-occurrence analysis. For example, if you talk about technologies, you use patent data, right? And on every patent document, technology classes are mentioned. On most patent documents, more than one technology class is mentioned. If two technologies are combined on a patent, on many patent documents, they must have something in common, right? So they assume that they share similar capabilities. If two technologies are never mentioned together on a patent document, you assume that they have nothing in common, that they don't have to offer anything to each other. So that's how you do it, and you can build a technology space. And here this is work that we did on the US. Then you can build these very nice networks in which each node in this network stands for a technology. If two nodes are connected, it means that they co-occur a lot on many patent documents. If there's no link between two nodes, it means that they almost never co-occur on a patent document and they have nothing in common. And so what is typical of this type of network, you see some clusters of technologies, right? So there's a big one over there, there's a big one over there. And those technologies that are really positioned very closely in that network, it means that they're very much related to each other. They really co-occur a lot on patent documents, so they share similar capabilities. Now, actually, this is on the US, and we also use the categories of USPTO, the US Patent Office. And if their categories would work well, the same colors would have to cluster in this technology space, right? Because if we're talking about computers and communication, the green one, what they all share, what they all have in common is capabilities in computers and communication. So in a way, it should reflect in this type of network. Now you can actually see, yes, there is a cluster over there. So for those technologies, it works well. But there are also some greens elsewhere in the. So those categories they use are predefined. What we do is we let the data speak. We just see what happens in reality, what companies, what knowledge organizations are actually combining, and then we can draft this type of networks. Now you can talk a lot about this, right? So for example, we talked to the USPTO and said, well, your categories do not work very well. Look at the red ones, right? The mechanical ones. Again, they should be clustered, while in reality they are all over the place, right? So they really have to think, they have to refine the mechanical category because it does not reflect any more reality. Okay, so this is just a sideline of. Okay, so now we have just, that's the first dot, right? So now we have a nice measure of relatedness, in this case, between technologies, and now we have to regionalize it, right? So, and then we always use this concept of relatedness density just to get the idea is that what it here measured is how related the technology is from a current set of technologies, right? So, and that can have a maximum value of 1 if a region has a comparative advantage in all technologies that are related, for example, to AI, right? That means that this region has many relevant capabilities to move into AI. That's the maximum value. The minimum value of 0 is if that region has no capabilities whatsoever to move into AI. It has no related technologies to AI present in the region, and therefore the likelihood that that region will develop AI is almost 0, right? So this is how this indicator works. Now, okay, and now you can really do some nice things, because now you can really define opportunity spaces for every region in Europe. So here is the relatedness density that I was talking about before, and this is for digital technologies, right? So, and you can really see how much relevant capabilities each region in Europe has to move in any of the digital technologies, more in general. This is work we did for the European Commission already some years ago in collaboration with the Betterman Stiftung. And of course, as you can expect, you can see that there are huge differences across Europe in terms of the capabilities that that are relevant to move into digital technologies. So, but you can do that now for any technology you want. In our data set, we can differentiate between about 150,000 technologies, right? You can make many maps. And so this is for green, right? Where are the best opportunities to move into green? Where are the relevant capabilities? And again, you see there are huge differences across Europe. So again, back to the smart specialization policy, the logic of smart specialization policy actually makes a lot of sense, in the sense that you have to connect to the capabilities that are present in your region. Some regions have great opportunities to move into green, while others maybe not, and therefore it should be reflected somehow in their smart specialization strategies. Well, of course, you can go into detail, right? This is a project we did for Macron, for France, and of course they want to go into hydrogen, right? So they really put billions of euros to move into hydrogen. They want to transform France into a hydrogen economy, and then we just calculated for them. Okay, so what are the opportunities? Now there are some French regions, right, that actually score pretty high, so they have relevant capabilities. But for example, Ile-de-France, Paris region, not that much. But more on the eastern part, Rhône-Alpes and all of those could really mean something. So Macron was not unhappy, let's put it like that. But I will come back to this, and then I will show he was more happy, even when we included interregional linkages. Okay. So far, this was about this priority setting, and that you have to refer to capabilities, and you have to identify what type of opportunities do you have given the capabilities that are present in your region, right? Now I go to the interregional linkages part. Because as I said, it was always part and parcel of smart specialization strategy, although it has never, I mean, the focus of attention was more on the priority side in smart specialization strategies than making connections to other regions in order to accomplish the objectives that were set out in the smart specialization strategies. Now, as we all know, because now I kind of assumed that regions are autonomous entities. They do not connect to other regions, right? It is just what type of capabilities do you have in your region. And again, they provide opportunities, but they set also limits to what you can achieve in this diversification process. But of course, regions also connect to other regions through migration, through trade, and all of that, global value chains, and things like that. So it might be the case that if we incorporate interregional linkages into this smart specialization framework, that we have to nuance our conclusions so far, and I'll try to explain. As I said, there is increasing focus on the role of interregional linkages as S3 policies. This is especially true for the current program period, right? In 2021, 2027, there's much more interest to incorporate the role of interregional linkages in smart specialization policies. As I said, they have to meet the criterion of enhancing cooperation with partners outside member states in priorities areas. I will show later on that is still very hard for many regions to go out to collaborate with organizations outside their own countries. There's a strong national bias in collaborations patterns. I come back to that. But of course, that is easy to say. But the question is, how should policymakers do that? How to implement it? With what regions should they connect? Do they have any idea with whom they should connect? So it's a huge challenge to make those interregional linkages and to make them an effective part of our smart specialization policy strategies. And I'm sure you're fully aware of that. First of all, there is a problem of lock-in, right? Because what there is, if we look at collaboration networks, we observe there is very much a tendency to collaborate with others who are in the same place. It might be in the same country, but also in the same region. You connect to the ones that you have previous interaction with. You might connect to those with whom you share the same language or the same norms and values. Of course, it's obvious, right? It's pretty straightforward that happens. But the bad thing about that, it is not always good for innovation, right? Because if you always connect to the same, at some point of time, there's not much to be learned from those. So you sometimes have to break those networks, open them up, include newcomers and all of that in order to allow the inflow of new information. That's one thing. The second thing is that if we want to make collaboration patterns effective, you need to exploit complementarities across partners. So if you want, in the ideal situation, if you want to learn from somebody else, You're not going to the one that knows exactly the same that you already know. But you want to connect to somebody from whom you can learn, but you still have the absorptive capacity to understand what this person is actually saying, right? So, and again, it's easy to say, but how to do that? How to also implement that empirically? I'll try to bring that up in my presentation. First, just a few lines. It's not about exposing to other regions by definition, and that is by definition a good thing. You really have to connect to those that can really mean something to you in terms of the complementarities I was talking about before. So there is a need to identify and exploit interregional linkages that are relevant to a specific priority. So if your priority is biotech, you have to connect to those regions that can really mean something to you in biotech, but the types of knowledge in biotech that you don't master yourself yet. So reliance on interregional linkages will only become effective when the region has some relevant capabilities, right? Again, from the example of AI, and the region might prioritize AI, but has no relevant capabilities whatsoever. All right, that would already be a mistake, right, from a smart specialization strategy point of view. But that region might still think, hey, you know, I don't have the relevant capabilities themselves, so I connect to other regions to tap into capabilities in AI that I don't have myself, and I'm fine. No, the region also has to have some relevant capabilities in AI. If not, interregional linkages will not make any difference in that respect. There is no learning to take place. And other regions might even not be interested to collaborate with you, right? If you have zero knowledge about AI, why would they collaborate on AI with you, right? So that makes perfectly sense. So what we are after is that we have to identify interregional linkages that should provide access to capabilities in other regions that are lacking in the region, but needed to develop a priority, and that are related to existing capabilities in the region. So that's a very long sentence, and I will try to operationalize and try to make you familiar with it. And this, we have done a paper on that, was published in a scientific journal. We refer to those as complementary linkages. And I think this is a very powerful tool to actually identify relevant collaboration partners in other regions. Not only at the regional scale, but I will also show at the organizational scale. So it's not only with which region you should connect, but also with what organization in that region you should connect. So it can really provide some powerful information in that respect. Okay, going a bit back to the methods. Again, I talked about relatedness density, you remember, right? So relatedness density on the x-axis. So I just put here, and forget about complexity over there on the y-axis, just concentrate on the x-axis. So I put here a fictional example of a region, again, let's say AI, and it has 50% of all the capabilities that it needs to develop AI, but 50% of its knowledge is missing to move into AI. Now, what is shown here is that there are three regions, regions B, C, and D, that could add relatedness density to this particular regions that wants to go in AI. So now, when it has to identify relevant collaboration partners, you probably would not immediately go for region D because it would only add 10% to the 50% of the relevant capabilities that this region already has. But you should connect to region B because it would add 30% of the 50% of your relatedness density. So you have almost, by only connecting to region B, you might have almost all relevant capabilities to move into AI. You're already very strong yourself, in terms of relevant capabilities. But if you connect to region B, you can really have much more access to the relevant capabilities that really matter and be very helpful to move into AI. But there are many regions that has nothing to offer to those regions, so don't connect to them. Right? It's really about making choices which regions are potential collaboration partners, and this could be really useful information for smart specialization study. Okay, back to Macron. So now we said, okay, so you remember that we had this one. And as I said, Ile-de-France, over here, said, okay, we want to go into AI. I mean, Ile-de-France is really a high-tech region in Europe, and a high-tech powerhouse, but does not have that many relevant capabilities to move into hydrogen. Now, then you could say, well, maybe then Ile-de-France should try to connect to other regions that can give them access to relevant capabilities that is missing in the Paris region, but which they need to move into hydrogen. And then we followed this methodology, and then you have a map like this. So here it shows, so I now made Paris region black, and now I just wanted to see what are potential collaboration partners, which regions in Europe can mean the most to Ile-de-France to move into hydrogen. And then Macron was super happy, because look, here those regions over here, if he could kind of build a national program, because if they connect all the French regions and they're going to collaborate, then they would have the full set of capabilities that they need to move into hydrogen. So Macron was very happy because he didn't have to collaborate with the Germans or anybody else in Europe, and said, well, I can make a full national program in France, and that's what he did. Well, you can do this for any technology, right? So again, in our data set, there are 150,000 technologies, but of course, you don't understand anymore what those technologies really represent if there are so many. But you can do that for any technology you're interested in, and you can do it for every region, so you can make 10,000s of maps in that respect and really see where are potential collaboration partners. And I think this is very useful to incorporate in smart specialization strategy, right? So if Ile-de-France really wants to go to hydrogen, it's not only looking if Ile-de-France has the relevant capabilities, but also to what regions it should connect. And that will differ from between priorities, between regions, etc., etc. So now the question is, this is theory, right? This is what regions should do. Now the question is, do they actually behave like that? And of course they don't, right? So the question then is, but do regions actually collaborate with other regions that can offer the highest complementary capabilities? And what we find out over and over again, doing a lot of this type of studies, we do a lot of work for regions in this respect and help them out. Again, by theory, there's a high untapped potential in interregional linkage when a region has no linkages to other regions, right? So there are many regions that can provide them with complementary capabilities, but this region is making no connection at all, so that means there's a lot of untapped potential. But also regions can connect to the wrong regions when they make connections, to the ones that do not really provide a lot of complementary capabilities. I just take some examples of collaborations, right? Because collaborations you can measure in different dimensions. We looked at technological collaborations and scientific collaborations, but you can also look at global value chains, you can migration patterns and all of that. So there are many ways in which you could do this type of analysis using the same type of framework. But I just stick to technological and scientific collaboration. Technological collaborations are co-inventor linkages, right? And when they are interregional, that means that if two inventors are mentioned on a patent document, they have collaborated, right, on a patent document, and one is living and working in Porto, and the other one in Rome, it means there's an interregional linkage in that respect, a technological collaboration that cross the borders of regions, but also cross the border of two countries in this respect, right? Scientific collaborations, you really go for co-publication linkages, right? So we as academics, we produce a lot of scientific articles, and most articles that we publish are co-authored, right? So there's more than one author on a scientific publication, and then we can look at the affiliation of those authors. So I'm in Utrecht, and I could collaborate here with a colleague in Porto, and then there is an interregional but also international scientific collaboration indicated here, right? So this is how it works. The nice thing about those two is they are both output indicators, right? So it's not research collaboration. It's not that, okay, we decide to collaborate. These are output of research, right? So it's patents as an output of technological collaboration, and publication is an output of scientific collaboration. So that's what you want to know. Just one example is just a study I did for the Netherlands. They really want to go into cybersecurity, and I always tell them you don't have that much potential, but they still want to go for it. Okay. This is cybersecurity. This is the province of North Holland, including my hometown, Amsterdam. And okay, what I did here is on cybersecurity. First of all, I estimated to what extent the province of North Holland has relevant capabilities to move into cybersecurity, right? Use the relatedness density indicator as I explained before. And now I go to their collaborations, right? So you can still hear me, right, without mic, I hope. Here are the top partner regions of North Holland in terms of collaborations on cybersecurity. Those are the number of co-inventor linkages they have established. And those are the complementarities that those regions could offer potentially. Now you can actually see that North Holland is collaborating with North Holland, and this is what you often, as I said, this is this lock-in effect, right? You tend to collaborate with your neighbors because you know them well, etc., etc. So that is also reflected there. So North Holland is collaborating with other organizations in North Holland. There are 25 of them. And of course, how technologically relevant is that partner region for North Holland? Of course, has no score. We are looking at what other regions could mean to North Holland in that respect. The second is Lombardia, right? Italian region in the north. They have 9 technological collaborations, but they score very low on complementarity. So they connect to the Lombardia region, while the Lombardia region has hardly anything to offer to North Holland in terms of complementary capabilities on cybersecurity. Because the type of knowledge that Lombardia can offer is already in-house in North Holland. So I put them red, so also they connect to South Holland, Rotterdam region, also very local, but Vlaams-Brabant, Belgium region, that seems to be a very good match in the sense that Vlaams-Brabant can really mean something to North Holland to offer them with relevant capabilities that are not present in North Holland, which they need in order to develop cybersecurity. And then there's the whole list, right? So there are not that many technological collaborations, but here are the ones, and there are the complementarity. figures. So how technologically relevant is the partner region for North Holland? Here it's for scientific collaborations. Here are the top regions again. Again, North Holland, right? Again, so the scientists on cybersecurity are collaborating inside the region of North Holland. And then there's a list of, and the list goes down because there are always many more scientific collaborations than technological collaborations. So long-lived universities, they collaborate a lot. They always say are considered ivory towers. They are not. They even collaborate more than businesses, right? So I think that is also something that has to open our mind, right? That we always consider that universities are ivory towers and businesses are not. It's the other way around. Okay, this was just. Here you can see how many scientific co-publications there are and how relevant those other regions are in terms of the complementarities they can offer in terms of scientific knowledge on cybersecurity to the North Holland region. So, long list, and then you can think, hey, well, they do actually a very good, they're very well connected to the ones that really matters in cybersecurity that can also offer complementary capabilities to North Holland, like Ile-de-France, Trento region in Italy, North Brabant, this is Eindhoven, this is our high-tech powerhouse like ASML and all, and those companies. So no surprise that they collaborate a lot with those. And they really can mean a lot to the type of capabilities that North Holland has. So those, again, in smart specialization policy, if I had to write a smart specialization strategy on North Holland and they prioritize cybersecurity, with whom should they connect? Well, here there are a few regions that they should connect to that offer them the highest complementarities. And they should connect to those scientific institutes that can offer them the highest complementarities. And forget about the rest. Because in the end, you have to make choices. You cannot collaborate with everybody. Other example, right? So you can go, this is work I've been doing on the circular economy. And some regions in Europe wanted to know, okay, do we have relevant capabilities in all kinds of dimensions of circular economy? We distinguished between about, if I recall well, about 15 activities in circular economy. And we did this map. So this is the relatedness density, right? And this is on green chemistry, just as an example. Again, this is theory. These are where the complementarities are. Sorry, this is for North Netherlands. So, I mean, I made this part white. Don't know why this part is white, but this part is white. And we wanted to see what other regions in Europe could mean in terms of green chemistry for this part of the North Netherlands, right? And then you can actually see the darker blue, the more they can offer. And now again, same, do they actually collaborate with those that can really mean the most to them? And you get a similar table like that. Well, I don't want to go into details anymore, but just to show you, to get a bit of a feeling how to incorporate interregional linkages in smart specialization strategy, evidence-based. Right, so it's really about data and about where are the best opportunities to connect with other regions. Now, as I said, in general, actually Europe is doing a very poor job in connecting to the right regions. Right, so we did a study on that. Also, was an assignment by the European Commission. And what we found out is that most interregional linkages have a national bias. So the Germans collaborate with the Germans, the French collaborate with the French, and all of that. And regions tend not to connect with regions that can provide complementary capabilities. So there's a lot of untapped potential in interregional linkages. And for me, one of the key objectives of smart specialization strategies nowadays should be to connect to the right regions. And this is not what we are doing. Just to give you an example of that, this comes out of the same study, and I will explain this, that this requires a bit of explanation. So you can actually see two maps. I have a pointer. Oh, wow. This is fantastic. Wow, never seen that. Okay, I'm overwhelmed, but I go back to.
It's upward to side.
Here you see the complementarity map. This is on digital technologies. Now you can see that there are 3 lines departing from every region, right? Look at Finnish regions, right, or the North Sweden. You see 3 lines. So what it shows is we know the relevant capabilities in each of those European regions on digital technologies. And then we are going to make maps for each region. Where are the regions that can offer them the highest complementarities to move into new digital technologies? And here we show only the 3 most important potential partners they should connect to. Now you can actually see for all of those regions, okay, there are yellow lines and there are red lines. Yellow lines, that means that those are international linkages, so the collaboration is international. And when they are red, it means collaboration inside the country. Now what do we see here? Do we see any red lines? We don't. So apparently all the complementarities for almost every region in Europe are outside their own region, which means in principle they should connect to regions outside their own country. Now we go to the right map. This is what regions actually do. These are the 3 most important actual collaborations on digital technologies. Do we see a lot of yellow lines? No. What do we see? The red lines dominate. So it means that the French regions are collaborating with the French, the German regions are collaborating with the Germans. So it means that they are not exploiting the complementarities that are available in Europe. We are collaborating at a national scale where not the complementarities are. So there's a lot of untapped potential in the interregional linkages, and I think here smart specialization policy should step in and correct this. So what you can actually do is, having all those type of data, you can really intervene in where are the best partners that we should connect to. Do we actually connect to? If not, maybe we can develop a program in order to intensify the collaboration. It can be on science, it can be on technology, it can be on global value chain linkages, and all of that. Now just go one, I think I do, how do I do this time? So I think, yeah, perfect. So I was so far I was saying, okay, regions have to connect to region, but what does that really mean, right? There are organizations inside regions. And in the end, it's really about making connections between organizations inside regions. So we were thinking about, can we not be a bit more precise? Can we not help policymakers also not to say, well, you have to connect to Oberbayern or to connect to Ile-de-France? Yeah, but with whom then? You still have the same question. With whom should I connect? So we were thinking about, can we not be a bit more precise here? And we can, right? So we can do this at the organizational level. So 2 things is which organizations are available in regions with the most relevant capabilities for a region to develop a priority, and with which regions in other regions does the region actually collaborate, right? So again, we can look for with whom they should collaborate because they can provide the best complementarities. And then the next question is, do they actually collaborate with those organizations? If not, maybe they should. Just a few examples. This is a first project. I think we still have to refine and improve a bit the methodology behind it. But this is, I think, already something nice that I would like to share. This comes from this project. I just completed a report on that, which was on the circular economy, right? And this is just one of those domains. It's electronic waste circularity called, right? So here we have the region of Normandy, who wants to really do something on their e-waste circularity. And now they are looking for potential partners elsewhere in Europe with whom they should collaborate in order to make this happen. And this is the example of Rhône-Alpes, a French region that is a top region for them to connect to, because Rhône-Alpes really has one of the highest complementarities to offer to the region of Normandy in order to develop e-waste circularity. And these are all the organizations that in Rhône-Alpes that are involved in e-waste circularity that organizations in Normandy should connect to. So, and we just, this is on technological collaboration. So this is the patenting activity in e-waste circularity. So you can actually see, especially, I don't know, French people in the room. Specialty operation France is apparently big in this field of activity. Institut Polytechnique de Grenoble, okay, so there are big organizations, but there are also a lot of smaller organizations they could actually collaborate with. This is for scientific capabilities, so you can see this is for the Stuttgart region, so again for Normandy, with whom should they collaborate in terms of science on e-waste circularity. Stuttgart turned out to be one of the top regions that they should connect to. And those are the organizations inside the Stuttgart region that have a lot of capabilities in e-waste circularity. So in Normandy, we provide that information to Normandy and say these are the organizations that really matter in e-waste circularity. Now, do you actually collaborate with those? So these are the collaboration organizations of Normandy. They're the top the top organizations on e-waste circularity, co-patenting. Those are the organizations in Normandy. Those are the organizations in the most important partner regions. These are the partner regions, and this is how many technological collaborations they actually have. Well, first of all, they have hardly any technological collaborations, right? You see the numbers are really low. But with whom do they collaborate? Almost all organizations are in Normandy, not in the regions that I showed before, right? So here I could tell to Normandy, maybe you should go, and here we are. You should go to Rhône-Alpes, connect to those regions, just give them a phone call, what they could mean to you. Maybe not, but then you go to the next organization, etc., etc. And this, I think, can provide really some useful and very basic information on with whom you should connect in order to exploit the interregional linkages in your smart specialization strategy. Here also for co-publishing, right, on the scientific, so this is again Normandy, on e-waste circularity. These are the organizations in Normandy that collaborate most on that. They do it with those organizations, and here you can actually see that they do with a lot of regions elsewhere. right, with Arnsberg in Germany, Hovedstaden in Denmark, and Lombardia in Italy. So they have quite a good portfolio of collaborations that have quite an international focus. I mean, we're not talking about really high numbers of scientific co-publications, but at least there's something going on. So this shows a bit better. But again, there's no Stuttgart here, and that turned out to be one of the top regions they should connect to, right? So here again, you could just go to those regions. We have even the addresses, right? We even have the people inside the organizations. So it's not only at the organization level, but you can even go to the individuals, because we use science data and patent data. Science data is the co-authors, right? We know who's authoring. So this is University of Stuttgart, and well, University of Stuttgart is broad, so you can read, oh, but whom's, yeah, we can call the secretary somewhere, but then maybe probably it will nothing will happen. But we also have the scientist, right? So and probably it's easy to find the email address, so you just write them an email, yeah, and then you connect to the right person. So it's easy, right? So these are really low-hanging fruits in that respect. The same with technologies, right? Patents. We're talking about inventors. So we know the address of the inventors. So we can just tell them, you know, the inventor is living in that street. You can connect to them. So it's not only at the organization level, but you can even go to the individual level, right? And I think this is a powerful instrument to really, let's say, exploit the role of interregional linkages in smart specialization strategies. It's evidence-based. It's very easy to do. Very low cost involved to implement it. And it might really make a difference. So I think I'll leave it to that. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think you have maybe 5 minutes if someone wants to ask a question, but I would like to actually start with just an observation. So you have, it looks great, by the way, but you have, on the technological collaboration, you have mostly data that you've shown from the Netherlands, France, and Germany. If you look at EPO data, last year, Netherlands, 7,000 patent applications, France, 11,000, Germany, 25,000, Portugal, 350.
Yeah.
So the amount of data you can extract on collaboration from a country or regions in Portugal is very slim compared to the amount of data, which in some cases is even small on the data sets you have for these countries. Also, when you look for the capabilities of regions in a country like Portugal, oftentimes, maybe in many technologies, you're not going to start with 50% or something. You'll start much smaller. And so your complementarity is going to be in leading regions for those technologies, right? Mm-hmm. So can you comment on like the usefulness for these reality of the regions with less technological capabilities overall?
Yeah, super good question, right? Of course, and I completely agree on that, right? So the low-hanging fruits in terms of data, of course, are scientific and technological collaborations, right? Because those data sets are just great and they're very comprehensive, etc. But of course, there are many places that in Europe that hardly patent at all, right? So it's not so much about science, right? Because science is quite evenly distributed, right? So I would say so. It's not a problem of science, but it's a problem of technology. Tomorrow I have another talk here, and then I will go into all types of different data sets that you can actually use. Industry data set, occupational data sets, and all of that. But the problem is, when you go to interregional linkages, that those data sets are very poor or non-existing, right? Yeah. So you have input-output data, for example, but we all know that they are not very good at the subnational scale, and you really have very aggregate sectors. We have just published a paper on that, and we could only distinguish between about 21 sectors. right? So, which of course it's too broad. There are only 2 manufacturing industries, for example, and of course you cannot really connect to smart specialization strategies because there, of course, manufacturing industries are much more defined in a detailed manner.
Yep.
Labor mobility data across industries are not available in Europe. They are available in the US. They are not there, but that of course that's Europe. We have very poor data in that respect. So you're absolutely right. There is some bias in the story that I told is very much on patents, because patents are a good data source. But for many regions in Europe, it's not really about patents, and measuring the capabilities is a different story. Then you have to use other data sets, but then you can do that. But then the interregional linkage part is still poorly developed. But that's the way it is. This is the state of affairs of the data that we have at hand.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. And it's going to be great for even the regional partners here to go to the capacity building session tomorrow and explore all of that. Thank you. Any questions that someone would like to make to Ron? Because otherwise, I think we're right on time for coffee break. And we'll return in 15 minutes then. You can enjoy coffee break and discuss with Ron or with each other. And then we'll talk about some interregional collaboration actually in practice. So thank you. I'll see you in 15 minutes. Thank you very much for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you.
Good morning or good afternoon, and thank you very much for this invitation. So sorry that I cannot be with you today in person. And I'm from DG Regio, Smart and Sustainable Growth unit. Our unit is responsible for smart specialization and for ensuring I would say, that the cohesion policy supports regions in building the capabilities they need to effectively implement cohesion policy funds. Among others, also the I3 instrument. Okay, we can go to next slide. So, for the start, what I would like to do today, to show you today, is to give you this short overview of the Interregional Innovation Investment Instrument, the I3 instrument, and how it helps regions to work together on investment-oriented value chains. And I'm sure it's not going to be an easy task for me after what we heard from Ron before me, but let's focus on this. Let's focus on how I3 helps regions to work together on these value chains. And I will also highlight what this means specifically for blue economy regions and how smart specialization community of practice that we also have as one of our main activities supports these collaborations. And of course, the I3 for Blue Growth is a great example of that cooperation. But important to say, this will not be a technical presentation. It's more about how these tools work together to open opportunities for regions, including the less developed ones, which are in our focus, and how they connect to the wider cohesion policy framework. And I can maybe begin with saying that interregional collaboration is not an optional or something extra anymore. It's becoming the main way to build competitiveness in Europe. And I can also say that no single region, even the strongest, and we see that quite clearly in the I3 instrument, cannot cover the whole innovation spectrum alone. And capabilities and testing facilities, SMEs, industry clusters, they are all distributed across Europe, and that is exactly how modern value chains operate. And for less developed regions, collaboration is also the way to connect to more advanced ecosystems. It reduces fragmentations. It speeds up innovation diffusion and ensures that strong ideas developed somewhere in Europe translate into impact in many places, not just a few. And the examples you see in the I3 instrument, spanning from hydrogen to green transition to many other projects that we have. That's something that shows that regions are already using interregional collaboration to open new opportunities. You will see in the middle, I added also one link to a working group on interregional cooperation that we had recently within the S3 community of practice. I'm really proud of the results that they produced. It's here, it's easily accessible, so feel free to explore this. And why interregional collaboration matters today. It's about European competitiveness, and it's about the fact that no region can progress all these S3 priorities areas alone. But instead of us claiming this, I think these project examples that I put here on the screen are the best way to explain this. These are 4 projects that amongst 70 of altogether that we have in the I3 instrument, but each of these is a very good example. So feel free to explore them as well. And as tomorrow we will have info day for the next round of capacity building call under the I3 instrument. This is exactly what will be our point. So instead of us saying something in theory, we will point to exactly these projects as good examples. And what we achieved so far, well, we are still not there. I would say we are still not there where we would like to be as a cohesion policy supporters. We have a third of all participants from less developed regions, and this means that I3 is not only supporting innovation leaders, which is good, it's actually helping spread innovation capacity across the union. We see regions with strong SMEs, good skills, with active S3 strategies, using I3 to enter partnerships that would otherwise be out of reach. And that's what's important. And this is cohesion policy working exactly as it should, enabling emerging regions, emerging innovators to participate in Europe industrial transition activities. And when it comes to blue economy portfolio, this is a perfect example of why I3 was created. And I'm not saying this just because of the I3 for Blue Growth project, which is actually one of the projects that I usually use as a good example practice. But this is really true. We have a very, very good cooperation with DG Mare on this. And these value chains from aquaculture to seaweed, offshore renewables, clean shipping, they all depend on complementarities that no region has on its own. And in this portfolio, we see five projects working on different parts of the blue economy system. And what matters here is not just sectorial expertise, it's the territorial logic, mussels farming in Baltic, seaweed production, offshore wind in Atlantic and Mediterranean, hydrogen in ports. Each region contributes with a little piece of the puzzle, and I3 helps connect those pieces and make sure that less developed coastal regions and outermost regions, which are also very nicely part of the iFree for Blue Growth project, so that they can all play a role. And that is the cohesion dimension, not leaving these emerging markets to just a few advanced regions, but helping many territories to participate. And what S3 community of practice means for collaboration. So this is in a way connection between iFree instrument and S3 community. We will now have the new set of this S3 community of practice support. We just started the new period with the new contractor, and this is a major opportunity for everyone working on interregional value chains. It brings more practical support for regions on how to align these S3 priorities with what is important for us on EU level, with EU strategic directions, from energy to industrial modernization to blue economy. In the blue economy platform, we, for the moment, have 5 partnerships, all 5 very, very active. And this community will also help regions identify complementarities and cooperation potential in a more systematic way. And many territories, they know their strengths, but they often do not know who shares a compatible niche somewhere else in Europe, and that's exactly what we will do with these platforms. And what is the best way to proceed is by learning by example. iFree projects are one of the best ways to understand what interregional collaboration looks like on the ground. And these examples, I don't know, High5, Innoforce, SFE, or Regio Green Techs, or Baltic Muppets, or i3 for Blue Growth, they all show how regions can take a shared priority and turn this into something that is concrete. Concrete cooperation structures, pilot investments, that's also very important, because we are a small-scale instrument, and whatever we do here we consider as a pilot, something that has to be replicated on a larger scale at regional levels, at national levels, and at EU levels. Networking activities, business opportunities, they also show how quickly partners can mobilize when the structure is right. So that's maybe the concluding message. If you want to apply for the next round of calls, be quick, mobilize, get together, make the structure right, and apply. We see SMEs joining cross-border value chains. We see research actors working with industry. We see less developed regions taking leading roles, not only participating, but taking leading roles in areas that matter for their smart specialization priorities. And these projects, in a way, they give us real evidence that iFree works and that it can scale. And I believe that's one of the reasons why it's so popular lately. And it's a strong foundation of the next phase of what we are planning to do as a commission for the next programming period. And to conclude, the lesson from iFree is very clear. Regions are stronger when they act together. And smart specialization is still here to give us the direction. And the interregional cooperation is something that gives the scale. And with iFree, we finally have an instrument that helps regions, including the less developed ones, to turn their priorities into shared investments and real economic opportunities. And that is how we build a competitive Europe. And I'm really proud to see iFree for Blue Growth succeeding in this. And I'm really looking forward to upcoming discussion to find out more what's new within this project. That will be all for me. If you have some questions, I'm available, of course. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tomislav. I don't know if anyone in the audience would like to ask any questions of Tomislav at this stage. Well, I hope you'll remain with us. I don't know if you have the time to at least follow the dissemination part now of the i3 project.
Of course.
As I was saying, this is a project that Ani has been coordinating, but it's been a very close collaboration also with the Blue Bio Alliance. And so we are going to do just two little moments here. Well, one, we are going to have Rita Batista of Blue Bio Alliance presenting the conclusions of the project. And then we'll have our own Rita Ribeiro mobilizing a roundtable to discuss some of the findings and the learnings from this project. So Rita, please, thank you.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I was a little stressed and with the responsibility to present this amazing project. And after the words of Tomislav and pointing the importance of i3, so my stress level increases. So my name is Rita Batista. I'm from Blue Bio Alliance, and I'm here to present the story of the i3 Blue project. And for that, I'm going to show you the project overview, what were the main goals, the consortium, the team that back up this amazing project, some of the activities, some of the outcomes, and then we'll have a roundtable to talk about the futures. So we mentioned futures because we think there's no only one future. It's a possible of futures when we talk about innovation. So what was the main idea of the i3 Blue project? It's green innovation for blue growth. And what means is that we are leading blue economy innovation ecosystem players to share their knowledge, and this to build the capacity and investment opportunities. And we work here in two subsectors. So it's the aquacultures and fisheries, and then we have the renewable marine energies. So our main goal was enhance the capacities of less developed, and we are talking about less technological developed regions. Okay? And for this, we want them to build and reinforce the innovate ecosystems to a sustainable and smart blue economy. So, as I mentioned, we work in two value chains. Why these two? Because it's promising for innovation and growth. On value chain one, we can think about, for example, sustainable fishing and aquaculture, like multi-trophic aquaculture. We can also think about sustainable industry technology, like processing and packing. And we can also think about valorization of blue resources. And here we can talk about sea waste, we can talk about fish products and valorize that products. On value chain 2, we have renewable marine energy and maritime decarbonization. And here we can talk about reducing the costs, reducing the environmental impact, or, for example, we can talk about green and smart shipping. So what are the main goals? And I want to show you the main goals like a storyline. So, for example, in first step, we had developing S3 interregional value chains. So this means is that our goal was to understand this related smart specialization interregional value chain, understand how was the stakeholder engagement and how was the matchmaking. Next stop, the second point, peer leading and capacity building. So we wanted to improve the transferring knowledge and good practice of less developed regions and enhance the capacity of these less developed regions. Then we have the third step, identifying the pipeline of investments. And this was very important. We want to identify that pipelines that were promised for the blue growth and establish roadmaps for the development. So our consortium, our team was made of 10 partners regions from 8 countries, and we had like 4 sea basins: Atlantic, Baltic, Mediterranean, and also the Adriatic. Now I will show you a glimpse of the activities, and we start with work package 2. On this work package, our idea was to do an ecosystem mapping, also a benchmarking, and try to understand the needs and priorities of interregional innovation investment. So we did work groups, multi-ALEX work groups. And this was important. Why this is important to see the needs of priorities? Because it will show you interregional innovation investment policies and also technologies and innovative blue economy projects. On work package 3, so it was the project identification. What did exists of project promoters, technological providers? Also, the capacity building and advisor and assistance towards investment readiness. So we have the first open call for the selection of investment cases, that we call it the project promoters. Then we have an open call for technological providers. We have also the capacity building program and also business matchmaking. After that, we have work package 4, and this was innovative financial instruments for regional support of S3. This, we figured out the funding gaps, the regional roadmaps. We did also a capacity building, and also created a platform S3 thematic. And the work package 5, ecosystem building, knowledge and change and internationalization. And as you've all been reading about, listen about this, the importance of collaboration. So on this, we did 3 ecosystem visits. We took project promoters to Vaasa, to Rotterdam, and to Brest. Then we had 3 regional policy roundtables. And this has the goals to simplify and harmonize legislation, put policy and stakeholder engaged together, and also to improve funding mechanisms. On work package 6, communication, promotion, and dissemination. So we created a project website, we created a repository online, and we had dissemination and events, and we created the LinkedIn group, the Hub for Sustainable Blue Growth. So there's a small glimpse of the activities, and what about the outcomes? So you have 12 deliverables available online. You have 1 capacity building also available online, 2 promotional videos also online, and 3 regional policy roundtables, you guessed, also online. And what about the evaluation of some of the tasks? For example, we evaluate the matchmaking support. And it had an evaluation of 4.05 from 5. And we wondered, what about the tech providers and project promoters? What were the expectations for future collaborations? And what we figured out is 67% of them said they are expecting to have future collaborations after this project. So we were quite happy with that. Other outcome is the project promoters, the projects. We have 30 projects of the 2 value chains, 15-15. We have 15 project promoters from Portugal, 5 from Croatia, 5 from Poland, and 5 from Spain. You can see on the reception, and you also can see it online, we have a catalog of projects, products and services of these project promoters. Okay. Also, the other outline is this LinkedIn group, the Hub for Sustainable Blue Growth. And I invite you all to follow this LinkedIn group. And the other outcome that I want to say is the importance of the collaborations are the people. Is the people that we connect, we talk, and they collaborate with each other. And for this, we created this slide with some of the photos of the ecosystem visits, of the recordings also of the videos. And what about the futures? So to prepare for the futures, we, the I34 Blue Growth Project has the dissemination of online repository, it's on our website. Then you have the exploitations of the project outcomes. You also have the LinkedIn group. There's a support for future collaboration initiated in this project. And there's the next session of this little conference. It's the roundtable, and this is a very special roundtable. It's Sustainable Futures Roundtable, because on this roundtable you are going to listen project partners, technological providers, and project promoters, and they will give you, better than me, the vision how was this project was fulfilled and why it was so important. So to end, I want to thank all the participants of the project and all of you for listening. And I will call to the stage Rita Ribeiro from ANI, that will be the moderator of this next session. And I also called Ethan Holliday from Polmer Bretagne Atlantique, sorry. And also a project partner, Lenia Rato from AEDES, Manuel Coutinho from Numar Biotech, and Eric Jan Malta, also a project partner and from Citacua, Centro Tecnológico Aquicultura de Andalucía. So thank you very much. And if you have any questions or suggestions about the project, you can ask them personal, but I'll be here also all day. Thank you.
First of all, good morning, everyone, and thank you for our previous speakers for presenting the project, and to Rita Batista especially for presenting it so well. Let me just begin on the personal note. I am very thankful to be presenting this project today. Last year, in the last edition of the Innovation and Smart Specialization Forum, I presented the beginning of the project. We had just started, and now we are having a roundtable for the end of the project. So on a personal note, this is a full circle moment for me and for the project partners as well. So I know this roundtable is about the future and the futures that we can unlock from our project, but I would like to go back a bit from the beginning. So our project is a capacity building initiative. And here, as presented by Rita Batista, we have a lot of entities, a lot of different types of entities. So I would like to start by asking you, what type of how these capacity building initiatives contribute to the development of your own organizations? Why are these types of initiatives important? Yes, this would be my first question for each one of you.
Thank you very much, Rita, and thank you for Annie for hosting this wonderful event, this opportunity to discuss all the work done in I34 Blue Growth. I think the interest of a program like this for a cluster like Polmer Bretagne Atlantique is in part to kind of discover beyond theory and concretely what are the capacities out there in other regions, where is their energy, where is their potential for collaboration. So for me, it's an opportunity to show perhaps what works well and what we're doing, to create that visibility, to identify complementarity, and then also to discover where we can collaborate effectively to push things forward in the future. So to me, that was kind of the key interest in activities like this.
Hi, morning. Thanks for having me, Gita. It's really exciting to be here. My name is Manuel Coutinho. I'm from Newmar. Just to give you a bit of background, Newmar is a seaweed business based in Sines. We focus on the cultivation of high-quality seaweed and the transformation of this seaweed into functional and sustainable food products. So we are really early stage in our journey, and I come from an economics background, so biology and science, I know nothing about that. So that I try to keep that always fresh in my mind. And something that I tell the team is we should finish the day with more questions than when we started. But the thing is, the next morning, we need to go out and we need to find people who can help us answer those questions, right? And so I know people from the corporate world, but I don't know people from the biology and the science and the food transformation world. And so it's initiatives like I3 for Blue Growth and the efforts of Annie and the Blue Bio Alliance that really allows me to have access to these people who have the answers that I need to, move on to the next day. So for me, it's really putting me in contact with people that can help me grow my business.
Hi, I'm Lenia Ratu from Hades. Thank you for also having us here. It's very good to meet you all. So Hades is a consultancy and engineering company. We are in the project as tech providers. So picking what Manuel was just saying, we entered the project as a way of bringing answers and bringing solutions to the ones that were involved in the project. For that and for us, it was very important to better acknowledge the ecosystem. We actually have one of our key areas of intervention. It's sustainable blue growth. So that was the exact name of the project. So that was already a lead. That's something good might come from that. And for us, it was very important to acknowledge more the key actors within these two value chains, to be in contact with them, see if our solutions and our technologies were fitable or demanded. And it was nice to see that there was that confirmation and that we can go from there to bring solutions to the partners.
So, hello, good morning. Thank you for having me here. I'm Eric Mott. I'm Chief Scientist at the Andalusian Center for Aquaculture Technology. I'm also a researcher in seaweed application and cultivation, so I'm very interested in that part. For me, this project, it was quite abstract to start with, because I'm very much focused on technical parts, on aquaculture, and especially in seaweeds. But gradually I found a way to enter. For us at Setagua, these kind of, the connections are vital. We are a foundation, not for profit. We live by projects, both private and publicly funded. So, and we live to transfer knowledge and contacts to our own aquaculture sector. So that's what this project is all about for us. Seeing what's happening in other regions, especially in regions with a better developed investment environment, like France, like Brittany. Well, with Palmer, we were already collaborating in several projects, but we have encountered new companies in your region, and we have brought them in contact with companies in our region, and that has had some immediate effects. I'm not sure if that's your next question or not. Yeah, okay, I'll not go into that then. And for us, it has allowed to expand our network throughout Europe, also to regions in Italy and Croatia, etc. So it was, in that respect, it was a very useful experience.
Thank you, Eric, and thank you all, but Eric especially for giving me the prompt for my next question. And if I may, also trying to make a bridge with Ron's presentation earlier, so and trying to follow the Rita Batista's storyline of presenting the project. So in the beginning, we did a lot of ecosystem mapping between the regions and the opportunities for collaboration. And then we did the ecosystem visits, we met in person. And so specifically first for you, Eric, and for you, Ethan, since Eric represents a less developed region and Ethan a more developed region, I would like to ask you if you can tell us a bit more how this type of activities, the mapping, and then the actually meeting in person helped your regions to identify business opportunities and collaboration opportunities, if you may, please.
Okay. Yeah, the mapping itself, I think there's a lot more to develop. And after having seen Mr. Bosma's presentation this morning, like, okay, there's much more that we can and probably should do there. But still, it was interesting, and intuitively we have quite some ideas which regions are interesting for us. Portugal, and especially Brittany region, south of France are interesting regions, but a deeper analysis might give us some more information. And I was reviewing yesterday also a bit the activities we developed in the matchmaking parts and the capacity building parts. We did quite a lot, actually. It was some stuff I didn't even remember, but again, it came up. Oh yeah, we did that as well. These workshops and all these online meetings. But what I saw that gave immediate effects for the companies we brought with them were the online matchmaking events and the visits. And I don't know exactly to what detail it went, but I know contacts were made between companies from different regions. They have been discussing technical details. They have been discussing even potential contracts. So there has been an immediate effect there. It was both the online meeting, the matchmaking was really considered very positive by the participants, by our companies, and the visits as well. So those were the highlights of the project, I think.
Yes, and I believe I omitted to introduce myself when I spoke first. So I am Ethan Holliday, so I work for the Pôle Bretagne Atlantique, which represents the Blue Economy to Sea Innovation Cluster in Brittany and the Pays de la Loire region. And indeed, the, let's say, first step activities, mapping, meeting with each other, talking about common problems. This allowed us to identify kind of broad areas of similarity and places to move forward in the future. A bit higher level discussions that framed the project going forward. And then the matchmaking, the ecosystem visits, as I kind of alluded to earlier, this allowed us to see what organizations out there are ready to go out and are motivated to go out and discover what is happening in other regions and build these interregional partnerships. And of course, this is something that changes over time within each organization, within the different value chains. So it's a process of discovery. And with our discussions ahead of those events, we were able to see where exactly points of collaboration could be fruitful. And what I was really struck by, whether it was in Vasa, where we were hosted by Marinova and their energy cluster, in South Holland, where Unknown Group organized a ecosystem visit, and then also the ecosystem visit in Brest. was to some degree the spontaneous questions that began flowing out of participants, and in some cases quite specific questions. So there are some things that we can't identify just from looking at a website or looking at company descriptions. I think in innovation, it's really important to also get people in the same room talking about their expertise, and that's where we saw sparks fly. That's where we saw people exchanging business cards, and hopefully down the line some real positive collaborations in these areas which are strategic for our regions and for the companies involved.
If I may step out of my moderator role and come into the coordinator of the project, and of course I'm biased, but I believe this consortium was very well put together because we had an overview of each ecosystem that we were into. But for us, for Annie specifically, it pushed us to be in contact with the companies, to step out of our shell of our public authorities, because we had clusters, we had public authorities, intermediary organizations, and sometimes we lose touch of the day-to-day needs and challenges that the companies face. And this leads me to my next questions now to the companies involved, and first to Numar, that was our project promoter. So in Rita Batista's presentation, you see that we started by making an open call for project promoters, and Numar was one of our project promoters, and you entered in the matchmaking activities, ecosystem visits, and I know for a fact that you are a success case, so I would like to ask Manuel to tell us a bit more about his story in the project, that I believe it's a very interesting one.
Sure. So I'll give you a side story because I think it's a good context. My wife is a dentist. My wife Teresa is a dentist, so she's very much pragmatic, practical. They have the necessary tools to fix the problem. She's always looking for a concrete outcome. And when we were talking over dinner about me joining the program and innovation and knowledge sharing, she couldn't understand it. So, are you going on a trip for 3 days and just gonna meet people? How does that work? How is that contributing to the development of your business? And I thought, well, the consensus sometimes is quite unfair towards these, knowledge sharing, these innovation initiatives, because people really don't understand that you need to get people together in order for something to flourish, maybe in the mid or even years later. But the seed needs to be planted, and this program really allowed multiple seeds to be planted, and we're already collecting the positive results. So I started the program with having my wife in mind, and I thought, okay, let me put some structure to this trip. Let me have something that can help me get a positive and concrete outcome over the next few days. And so I came up with 3 questions. What should my business model be? Am I going in the right direction? And the third question was, who can help me take the next steps? And I went on these trips with that in mind, and I even brought one of my investors along with me, because the power of these, collaborations is it really motivates. It's really exciting. There's a lot of questions. There's a lot of experiences shared. So I thought this is a great opportunity for me to bring my investor and just, keep him motivated. Let him show that we don't have all the answers, but we are surrounded by people who can help us get there. And so my positive outcome really, I was able to answer all 3 questions. But the third question, who can help me take the next steps, was where I really found the most tangible outcome. On the last day, last afternoon, I sat down with Giovanna. I knew nothing about Giovanna. We literally sat next to each other and we started chatting. Giovanna actually works in a food research lab in Parma, in Italy. It was founded in 1922. They've been helping Italian food businesses for decades. And we started chatting, and I said I had a seaweed business. I was looking to develop food products. I knew nothing about that world, and she said, Manuel, that's what I do. That's what I love to do. I would love to help you, and I would even do it for free if you need. So from a simple 5-minute chat, I found someone who could not help me take the next step, but could help me take the next 10 steps. So 2 months later, I was sending seaweed to Italy, to Parma. And next Thursday, we're actually having a 3-hour workshop where Giovanna is going to present back her initial findings. On top of that, through this, this connection, this collaboration, Giovanna referred me to a European-wide consortium that was formed for alternative protein sources, whereby Newmar is going to be providing seaweed for studies and later on to transform into alternative protein food products. So again, it's not a direct contribution, but indirectly, it's stirred up even more opportunities for us. And I think 6 months later, so just to bring you back on our trip to the Netherlands, I was having a chat with another technology provider in a bus stop in The Hague. His name is Andre. He works for Senseway. Andre, what do you do? Nice to meet you. My name is Manuel. We were chatting for 5 minutes before getting on the bus. Not much to it. 6 months later, I'm trying to figure out who can help me set up my architecture, my sensors, my data management, so I can build an AI model on top of it. Andre comes into mind. So I call Andre. Andre, we were in a trip together to the Netherlands 6 months ago. I need your help. He jumped on it straight away. So again, my second positive output. Andre's closer to home. He lives 10 minutes away from me. But the essence is there. It's a little chat that was made possible through Annie and Blue Bio Alliance is materializing itself 6 months later into a very tangible contractual relationship between two companies. So yeah, that's a little bit of my story.
Perfect, Manuel. Thank you for sharing. This is, I believe it's a very interesting because you came with a challenge. You proposed a challenge because you were a project promoter, and you somehow found two solutions for two different challenges than the one that you started with. So that's really interesting. And Lenia, you started in the project. You started your journey with us as a technology provider. So as someone who has these types of answers or can have these types of answers. And I would like to ask you, how did this project contributed for your company's growth and even your business plans? I know you already worked within this sector, but did it help? Did it actually did not help raise too many questions, or I don't know.
Not at all. I'm just kidding. I must say that these guys are unstoppable. Huh? The coordinator from the Blue Growth project that we were most in contact with, Mariana from Blue Bio Alliance, she was always pushing us to connect, to have B2B sessions, to have matchmaking activities, to visit the ecosystems. And being Hades, a recent company in Portugal, we operate worldwide, but in Portugal we have around 4 years of activity. It was very important to us to be in contact with the stakeholders and with the network of the projects. And we also believe that, okay, we live in a digital era and you can always connect to a Teams meeting. But it's very different if you meet people in person. And in that case, this project was amazing because those ecosystem visits that we had, the visit to Azores, the visit to Brest, and where you discuss at the table or at the lunch break with the project promoters and all the interested stakeholders that are there. These are precious moments to build the network, to build business. Sometimes the answer does not come in the next hour or in the next week, but you build upon the knowledge and upon the people that you are meeting along the way. And for us, it was very good to be in contact with all of these stakeholders. And we have some contacts at the moment that are going to follow up after the project. So that was also very good to us to have a continuation, because I think it's easy to think that, okay, these are more conceptual projects. We might even consider the mistake of thinking that, yeah, we are going to write white papers and reports and roadmaps and nothing comes out of it, but it's the opposite. So when you give people capacity and you show them solutions to their projects, to their endeavors, being in business or innovation, you are building a community. So that's what we feel after this project, and the possibility of having continuous endeavors after it. It's yeah, the cherry on top of the cake, I would say.
Thank you. So I believe that in our story of the project, we actually came to the end of the project, but it's actually, for me, and I believe for all of you from your experiences, it's the beginning of something new, of new collaborations. And so please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that the main conclusion that we can take from this project is that we really build bridges between the regions, between the companies, between even the partners. We connected, and now we know each other, and we know what we do. And so just to leave a bit of time for if anyone in the audience wants to make a question for any of our speakers, please do so, because we are tight on schedule.
Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks, very interesting project. I really liked it and the way it works. I just want to, maybe you could reflect a bit on the challenges that you faced, right? Because you seem to be very happy about the outcome, but what didn't work, right? So what was really a challenge in the collaboration that you could not really solve, right? So could you have some ideas on that, because I think it also would be very helpful also to learn from that.
Just maybe I can share a few words, and then I will pass it to you. But that's a very interesting question, because I believe that in European projects, sometimes we focus on the good, but we learn more from the bad experiences, so to say. But in this project, I believe that our challenges is more dedicated to the policy work, because we did a lot of policy recommendations, policy roundtables as they were presented, but there needs to be a buy-in from the public authorities that do run this, because we did connect the companies, we did connect the ecosystems, but there are some bottlenecks that are administrative, and that the companies can do as much as they can, but there are formal bottlenecks that we can't surpass alone. So we did a lot of policy work, a lot of policy recommendations, and now maybe it's not a bad experience, but it is a future challenge that we need to convince our public authorities to buy these recommendations by, so to say.
Yeah. Actually, this relates a bit to a question Rita also prepared, but don't have the time, so I can answer it. A specific challenge for my region, Andalusia. I mean, I'm obviously not Andalusian, so I have the view of an outsider. I've been living there for 25 years now, so I also have inside knowledge. Andalusia comes from a history, and actually the whole of Spain, but specifically Andalusia, Extremadura, those regions, from a long time of isolation, and there's still an attitude. There's a mountain pass, the Peñapegos, we call it. It's in Cordoba. For a long time, that was the main connection to the rest of Spain and Europe. And people in Andalusia still refer from the north is anything that lives above the Peñapellos. So whether it's Madrid or Amsterdam, that's all the north. And they are afraid of anything outside the north. So there are still, that's a challenge to get companies involved in a project like this. There's some general mistrust, which is based on the history of centuries. I'm not entering in a sociological, historical explanation on that, but there is a background for that as well. But it's very hard to get them trusting. There's also a linguistical barrier, but it's very difficult to convince companies that, yeah, there is a rest of the world out there that might even be interesting and give something to them. And that's still a challenge we face, not only in aquaculture, but in many Andalusian companies, I think. And yeah, I think the only way to overcome that challenge, that barrier, is to pick out example companies like, okay, they trusted, they have forged the connection, and they have been successful. So you need to, I think that's, you need to show examples, say the jewels. Okay, they made the connection, they're doing well. It's not, people are not bad out there. That's really a challenge for our region, I think. Yeah.
I think for us at the Polmer, maybe at the start of the project, because of the breadth of different sectors which were covered within the project, it was perhaps difficult at first to kind of find the hook in, and because our economic activity in the blue economy covers so many different areas. And so it was difficult at the very beginning of the project to know which best practices to put forward, where are the, which capacities are important to transmit. But I think that's something that we were able to refine, discussing with partners, talking about the composition of the consortium, where we got to a place where, well, from you, what we need is maybe a deeper focus on aquaculture, a deeper focus on the blue bioeconomy. And so perhaps as the project went on and in the design of the ecosystem visit, we saw our role become a bit more refined. But yes, the blue economy perhaps from the outside might seem kind of specific, but it can touch so many different areas of economic activity. I think it's a question of identifying concrete opportunities.
Can I have just 30 seconds just
Yes,
to
yes.
finish off this opportunity? Because I want to give you real life feedback from my challenges. As a company starting up, I think the European bureaucracy and the Portuguese bureaucracy are big barriers. And what I've learned painfully over the past year is I'd much rather ask for forgiveness than to ask for permission. Because I've started off asking for permission and things didn't move. And the money keeps flowing every month. So I shifted. I'm asking for forgiveness now, but I'm doing things at my own speed. And so I think the feedback from an early stage company is we need to streamline some processes in benefit of innovation, because innovation weathers in heavy processes and bureaucracy.
So I believe that's the time, but we will all be able to discuss this on our lunch break. So thank you everyone for being here to listen to our results of our project. Thank you to our speakers. It was really a pleasure to see you again all. And thank you to the partners that are in the audience somewhere.
Okay, so I think I don't know if anyone here can help. Is lunch already served? Okay, so it's not yet. Okay, so we have maybe another 10 or 15 minutes for lunch. Yeah, but I invite everyone to discuss among yourselves. Yeah, please. Thank you. And thank you, Rita, and all the partners for this session. We will convene back here at 1:30. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. If you can take your seats, please. We are already running late for this session. It's going to be a very interesting afternoon here. We are going to have two panels that are going to be focusing on cohesion and S3, and also on competitiveness and on the future strategies for Europe. So we are going to have two moderators. I realize that this community, typically there's economists and geographers. So the first moderator is going to be a geographer, right? Yes. So I'm very happy that we have Francisco Vala with us. He's going to moderate this session. Francisco coordinates the unit of programming and evaluation for the Development and Cohesion Agency. It's previously at INE, right? The statistics, working on territorial statistics, right? So it's very well equipped for this discussion. So Francisco, thank you very much for coming, and please mobilize the other participants. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to you all. We have indeed a very good session and speakers in this afternoon. Since Joaquim de Oliveira Martins is online, as well as Julia Bachler-Unger, I would like to ask Paulo Neto from the University of Évora if he can join me here on stage, and also to Andrea Conte. So we got a space more cozy for this afternoon session. Okay, so good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to our session on cohesion policy in S3 lessons and challenges. I'm going to do a little bit of an introduction to the session. The European Union's cohesion policy and smart specialization strategies have been one of the fundamental pillars for promoting regional development, innovation, and competitiveness. Based on the seminal work of Dominique Fauré, and after this morning's presentation, we already had the highlights from the beginning of S3. But the concept of smart specialization was first formally introduced in the context of cohesion policy with the Barca report in 2009. That's something we should recall. And as part of a broader reform aimed at strengthening the place-based nature of the policy, and was formally adopted as a precondition by the European legislation only in 2014. Today, with almost 2 funding cycles completed after its introduction, we want to reflect on the lessons learned and the challenge ahead. This is a particularly important moment at European level to have this discussion. First, considering the approval of the midterm review of cohesion policy in last September, a revision of regulation based on the conclusions of Draghi and Letta report that intends to reinforce the focus of cohesion policy on the Europe strategic priorities, namely competitiveness, defense, but also housing and water. Secondly, taking into account the recent proposal from European Commission of the next MMF, a proposal that introduces radical changes to the European budget. First, a reinforced focus on European priorities, namely competitiveness and defense, with a new fund, the Competitiveness Fund, that along with Horizon Europe has a proposed budget that exceeds 400 billion, a new delivery model for cohesion policy and a common agricultural policy in the new national and regional partnership plans, a streamlined approach with a focus on simplification and delivery of value added. So a proposal that tries to answer to the criticisms and conclusions of the recent Draghi and Letta report, but also a proposal that raises some questions and concerns, namely what will be the role of place-based policies and S3 in this new delivery model. To help us to understand the role of S3, its main lessons and challenges ahead, it is a privilege to have with us 4 experts, 2 online, 2 here, who are going to bring complementary perspectives on this issue. We'll start with the initial presentations from each speaker, around 25 minutes, followed by an open debate with time for audience for questions. If we have time, we can also have direct questions to the speakers. So, Joaquim Oliveira Martins, it's our first distinguished speaker, an economist with an extensive resume with almost 30 years working on these issues at the OECD, and more recently has specially advisor to the EU Commissioner for Cohesion and Reforms, and has a member of the group of high-level specialists on the future cohesion policy. His work focuses on trade and globalization, environmental economics, competitiveness and growth, regional economics, and economic policy of emerging economies. Joaquim is going to share with us some of his most recent research, starting from a macro and territorial view on productivity and the gap vis-à-vis the United States. Please, Joaquim, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and for this introduction. Also, thank you for this invitation. It's always a pleasure. And of course, I take the opportunity to say hello to my friend Andrea Conte. Hi, Andrea. So, do you have my presentation online? Because it's okay. Fantastic. Okay, so I can start. Let's start with perhaps a very well-known. I think everybody saw this chart in another as a motivation, right? So this is the famous productivity gap between the US and European countries since the beginning of the 2000s. You see this kind of profile of the productivity going on always in a kind of very regular manner, despite all the shocks that occurred during the last 20 years. And you see in most European countries, if not in all European countries, so I have here France, Germany, Portugal, Italy, Spain, and also the United Kingdom. See, this kind of profile, each time there is a shock, for example, during the big financial crisis or during the crisis, the productivity in the US slows down a little bit and then it rebounds very quickly. Especially during the COVID crisis, where the rebound of productivity in the US was really very strong. And in Europe, you get this kind of shock, collapse, and then takes some time, and then the productivity rebounds, but then it stays a bit flat. Okay, so this is in some sense the issue, the motivation. So we know from the Draghi report that one of the main causes of this productivity gap is due to the least adoption and the production of innovation in Europe, in particular in this kind of high-tech sectors and the fintech sectors. What the Draghi report didn't tell us, didn't show us, and it actually was right alluded in the Draghi report, is that this generation of productivity, and probably associated with a very high generation also of innovation, is extremely concentrated in space. In spatial terms, in geographic terms. So that's what I did in a little paper that I published this year. And if you just take 5 types of regions, so I'm working here at the TL3 regional sort of taxonomy. So TL3 is the OECD, but in European terms will be NUTS3 regions. So it's kind of sub-regional taxonomy. So the OECD classified these TL3 regions in 5 types. So regions, they call it type A. There are regions where they have, inside the region, a very big city, bigger than 1.5 million inhabitants. Then you have the type B regions. So these are regions which have a metro area, but of a smaller size, typically bigger than 250,000 inhabitants, but less than 1.5. Then we have the type C. The type C are regions which don't have one of these metro areas inside the regional boundaries, but they have access to a big city because the time distance to the city is less than 1 hour. Okay, so in some sense these are regions that potentially can borrow agglomeration from a big city. Then you have the two last types, the D and the E. The D are regions which have a small city, so typically between 50,000 and 250,000 inhabitants. And then the E is really the remote regions which don't have access to a city, are very sort of far away from these agglomeration effects. So if we take these 5 types and then you see the composition of productivity in the US and compare it with Europe, first of all, you see that in the US, of course, during this period, 2003-22, the productivity growth was almost 26% from the regional data. If you compare it with Europe, it was 17%, and in the Eurozone was like 10%, so much lower. But what is interesting is that when we kind of compare the composition of this productivity by regional types, you see that in the US, most of this productivity growth was done by these metro areas, so the regions what we call type A. So 19 percentage points of this 26% growth was done in the type A regions, so regions which have a big city. When you compare with the EU, it's completely different. So the generation of productivity, of course, it's lower in Europe because we have a lower productivity growth. I like to compare it, by the way, with the Eurozone, because in the Eurozone you have more or less the same population as in the United States, and you have a common exchange rate, which is important for comparisons. And you see that so the productivity generation is much weaker. And down the metro areas, these regions which have a metro area in Europe produce like around 4% for the Eurozone, 6.5% for the EU as a whole. But then you have more productivity generation actually in the regions, in the TLT regions, which have actually smaller cities, because in Europe we don't have as bigger cities as in the US. And of course, the other regions contribute to productivity, but in a much smaller scale. So most of the productivity generated in these metro areas. Okay. So of course, we cannot reproduce in Europe the kind of urban structure that we have in the US. But it's true that in the US, of course, they have New York, Los Angeles, but actually a lot of this productivity growth was done in the second-tier cities like Chicago, Dallas, Houston, etc., Washington, etc. That actually was, they have already a certain size, 7, 8, even some of them like the San Francisco Bay Area, like 10 million inhabitants, and they generate a lot of this productivity growth. In Europe, we don't have this kind of cities. After Paris, which is now the biggest city in Europe, you have Madrid, but Madrid in terms of productivity generation is in the 4th, 5th sort of position. Actually, after Paris, the largest productivity generation in Europe actually is in Dublin. And it's not because Dublin is a large city, we know it's not a large city, but because the productivity growth in Ireland, and in particularly in Dublin, was very high. So it's true that when we look at, so this is just a correlation, but we look at the average, the average productivity. So this is in log terms. The national, the aggregate productivity by country, and the share of metropolitan areas in total population, you do see quite strong sort of a correlation. So this is not causality, of course. It's not causality, and could be actually the other way around. Is because you have high productivity that you have more people, of course. We know that. But in terms of correlation, this is quite so. A country like Portugal is around here, right? And you have some outliers. For example, Norway is not a very urbanized country, but has a very high level of productivity. We know why. Slovakia, not very urbanized, but high level of productivity. Well, we also know why. And some countries which are very urbanized, like Korea, and could have higher level of productivity. Because you are in Porto and I'm Portuguese, if you look at this decomposition of productivity by types of region in a place like Portugal, you see that actually in Portugal is not Lisbon, which has the highest contribution to the aggregate productivity growth in Portugal has not been very, very high. Actually, it's doing better in recent years, but over this period, the 2003-2022, it's not been very high. But still, the most of the productivity generated in Portugal was not in Lisbon, was actually in the metropolitan area of Porto. Then you have Lisbon, and then actually you have another region in the northern part of Portugal, another region in the northern part of Portugal, and then you have Algarve, the south of Portugal. So again, in Portugal, you take 4 or 5 of these TL3 regions, and you get 60-70% of the productivity growth in a country like Portugal. So, as I was saying, it will be hopeless to try to reproduce the kind of urban structure that we have in the US. I think it's just, Paris cannot double its size, cannot be a city with 24 million inhabitants like New York, and probably be very difficult even to increase the size of these second-tier intermediate cities in Europe. So I think we are obliged to generate productivity in Europe in a much more distributed way. I think this is the point. We cannot rely as the US in these agglomeration effects. We need something else, which needs to be much more distributed. And I think this fits very well with the idea of smart specialization, and this idea that actually with the right policies you could generate a lot. I'm not saying pushing the innovation frontier, but actually adopting innovation, and this has a strong impact on regional productivity growth in a sort of a large set of regions in Europe. And this is the objective of the smart specialization. But now, when you look at the generation of productivity at the regional level, so we have kind of a list of usual culprits. Of course, you have R&D and all the innovation policies, but you have things like physical capital, human capital, of course, innovation and technological diffusion, adoption, the institutional quality, very important, openness to trade and investment. Actually, tradable sectors are very important for regional productivity catching up. Demographic factors, indeed, if you have kind of you are in a region with a very low sort of a demographic losing population, this cannot be good for growth and productivity. But all this list of things that may generate this regional productivity catching up, which corresponds more or less with sectoral policies, infrastructure, education, R&D policies, governance, etc., etc. One important thing is that all these lines, the policy and conditions to generate productivity, they are only necessary conditions. I mean, you may invest in infrastructure and then it may generate productivity or may not generate productivity. It's the same with R&D, as I'm going to show you in a moment. So there are only necessary conditions for continual productivity conversions. So why? Because actually, and this is something, this is very heuristic, is not a proof, is really something that I've been sort of observing now for years and years at the OECD in the regional policy area, but also in other areas, is that when you sort of put in place a policy and you expect a certain outcome, let's say you put in place an innovation policy or R&D policy, and you expect that to increase innovation and productivity. So you are expecting, of course, a positive relation between these two variables. So this is kind of the kind of ideal relation that you're looking for when we recommend to do the policy, right? Because we expect this positive outcome. But actually, in most of the occasions, most of the sort of cases that you observe these things, you get actually more this kind of triangle. So in some cases it works well. So you increase the policy, you do the policy, implement the policy. You increase, for example, the R&D investment and you get innovation or productivity. But in some cases, it doesn't work. I mean, you increase the policy and nothing happens. So one important point is that outside this triangle, so this is I would say, the trajectory at the regional level. So some regions could go like that, other in the middle, other here. So of course, if you run a regression in this data cloud, you still get a positive relation. You still get a positive slope, right? But the problem is that if you do that, of course, you are going to mix up a number of things. So I think it's interesting to understand why some regions will be here and other here. So one important point is that outside this triangle, the thing is empty. So I mean, this is really necessary. So if you don't do R&D, you cannot get innovation, for example. So this part here of the chart is empty. But then you have this kind of variation, I think, on the impact of policy. So just to illustrate in a more rigorous way this kind of relation, I quote here a paper by Riccardo Crescenzi and other authors published in the Journal of Economic Geography in 2015. So he did this thing with R&D, and the K is the knowledge output, is actually he was using patenting. So he did that in a very sophisticated way with semi-parametric econometric methods. So I'm not going to go into details here, but basically this is the summary of his results. So this is the R&D, the investment in R&D, and this is the outcome is the amount of innovation patenting done at the regional level. So it's very interesting because you see the issue. So at the beginning you start to do R&D and nothing happens. 1% of R&D, nothing happens. 2%, nothing happens. And then you get close to this 3%, this magic 3% of R&D, then something happens. So this positive relation appears, but which is very interesting is that the dispersion also increases significantly. So that means that in some regions it works well, in other regions it works less well. And then in the paper, he tried to understand what is driving this higher dispersion here on the impact of policy, and that he connects that with human capital. This was perhaps the most natural relation between R&D policies and other policies. And indeed, he finds when he put the outcome, the knowledge production, this patenting, the R&D and human capital, you find indeed this kind of a beautiful sort of a shape that indeed in order for the R&D policy to have an effect, you need to have human capital. But you could have all kinds of other sort of conditions that would actually enable R&D policy to have an impact. So from my experience on the time at the OECD and the papers I have read, so all these sectoral policies are only necessary conditions. I only found two things, or two places, or two kind of types of drivers of productivity that seem to be a bit unconditional. The first is related to the proximity of urban agglomeration. So irrespective of the level of governance, etc., and even perhaps with even less good infrastructure, whatever, regions which are not urban regions, which have even could be very low density regions, which are close enough to a big agglomeration, they tend to perform much better. The second sort of unconditional source of productivity actually is the presence of tradable sectors. So this is illustrated by papers by Rodrigue, Moretti, and even from the OECD. This is kind of natural because the low density regions are obliged to specialize in tradable sectors. It's difficult to develop services in a low density environment, right? Services like density, right? No. We know that some tradable services are now developing, and these tradable services can in some sense replace physical proximity by digital proximity. So we know these kind of services that may so develop, but this is not yet fully developed. But I think one of the objectives perhaps of this smart specialization strategy would be indeed to favor the emergence of these tradable services, which indeed actually work well for the development and the productivity growth of some regions in Europe. So concerning the proximity to cities, indeed you see that, for example, if you compare the performance of rural regions, the rural regions which are close to a city, they perform much better than the remote rural regions. So, and if you look at the sort of the the decomposition of the population across the OECD between the people that are close to a city or are far away from cities. Indeed, a lot of actually, on average at the OECD, 80% of this population, which are not in a city, so a rural population, actually is close enough to a city. In my country, in Portugal, you see that, in my country, we have like 30% of the population which is close to a city, but in other countries you get much higher much higher share of the population. So indeed, this rural-urban spillovers is something that the policy could focus in. So there's a lot of productivity potential that could be associated with these rural-urban spillovers. So this requires, of course, as a condition, also things like infrastructure, but it's not only physical infrastructure, it's also a lot of governance infrastructure in some sense. You to arrange these deals between the city and the rural regions around. For example, the rural regions accepting to delegate for example, taxation powers to the metropolitan area or to the larger area, etc., etc. So there is clearly a potential for developing this nexus, which is interesting because it's a bit unconditional, right? It may happen even if the country is not at the top of the quality of local governments, etc. Now, the tradable sector, of course, is the more tricky one, because the tradable sector, first of all, it's clear that we have completely neglected the impact of globalization in OECD. Now we are indeed, after the seminal papers by Otto and others, we discovered indeed, quote unquote, that the impact of globalization was extremely asymmetric. In cities where we have most of non-tradable services, we don't care a lot about the competition from China. If you are in a kind of some remote region, we have a little factory and the factory goes away to China. Of course, this has a very huge impact, and it's very difficult to replace the jobs that we had in that industry by jobs in another industry, or even more difficult in the service sector. And of course, the agriculture sector is what it is. So this is clear one thing, and this is something that always the regional economists and the regional policy subcommittee was hammering, and the guys in the other side of the street didn't listen to it. Now, of course, the tradable sectors are very important, but it's difficult to enter these tradable sectors. Because that could be a lot of entry or sunk costs, and it's difficult to connect with international production networks. So this internalization brings scale and technology diffusion, but of course the benefits are not automatic. And these local spillovers depend a lot in the capacity to absorb the technology and location in the production chain. And often, as you know, when we enter this international production change, the famous GVC, you have actually a reduction in the domestic content. So I like to quote here these papers by also Riccardo Crescenzi, because he did a lot of work on this management of the relationship with the multinational companies, which, either we like it or not, control 60 to 80% of international trades. And of course, even when you have the relocalization of industry, this relocalization is attracted by talent and skills, because they are going to have a much more intensive use of ICT, artificial intelligence, robotics, etc. So actually, they are also attracted by regions where we have this kind of pool of talent and human capital. So this is a challenge for the other regions. And I like to show this chart, which is the kind of average wage by gradient of urbanization, and you see that all these tasty sectors with high wages and supposedly with very high productivity are mostly in urban areas. So of course you can engage in tradable sectors, but if you want to be in this tasty in terms from the point of view of wages and productivity, this emerges much more naturally in metropolitan areas than in kind of a low density regions. And of course, you see in all this literature on we call it scalable services, shows that indeed, the ICT intensity and the skill intensity are pretty much connected. Riccardo Crescenzi showed indeed, for example, that in order to attract this foreign direct investment from multinational companies, which is so important indeed to engage or maintain engagement with the tradable sector, things like, for example, the existence of a regional development agency is something that apparently empirically has a very significant effect. Now, of course, having or not a regional development agency has to do with the organization of the country, and has to do with for example, the level of this decentralization of the country, because of course, implementing these policies, and this is what we know very well in our community. These policies, which are place-based, of course, they can be implemented and directed by central governments, but they always need to be appropriated by local entities, local governments, local people, right? And for that, you need indeed this effect of decentralization, which, according to me, could also enable, because the central government delegates functions to the local level, it could enable the government to be much more strategic at the national level. For example, this in Portugal, I think, is also an issue. So, one thing which is important in this decentralization, and of course this is connected with the issues of innovation and industrial policy, is that when you do this decentralization, if you want to really to empower, this local level, the local governments with economic policy, you need to be careful, because when you decentralize, you can also fragment. And at the OECD, they identified more or less three good instruments to avoid this fragmentation when you decentralize. The first is, of course, the metropolitan areas. You need to take advantage of these metropolitan areas where very often you have a huge municipal fragmentation. Actually, in the city where you are located now, you are in Porto, right? I think you know that in Porto there are several municipalities. You cross the bridge and you change the city, right? Of course, there is cooperation among these municipalities, but it would make sense perhaps to have a governance at the scale of the municipal area. The second is the promotion of intermunicipal cooperation. In Portugal, we have the intermunicipal, so the cooperation entities. And then, of course, the third is the creation of regional level, the creation, for example, of administrative regions, which Portugal has been discussing now for more than 50 years, because it is in the constitution, but up to now was never able to really implement. So these are ways of avoiding this fragmentation. But for example, in Portugal, clearly the decentralization process, because there is no regional level, sometimes end up in municipalities that clearly don't have the capacity or even the size or the scale to kind of endorse and appropriate these policies. So this is my kind of final point, that we should convince the people that are in charge of this innovation and productivity at the aggregate level, someone like the people that wrote the Draghi report, that these regional geographic spatial dimensions are very important. And for that, of course, it's very difficult for them to understand the complexity of geography and regional economics, but at least two levels. The first level are indeed these metropolitan areas. If you don't have good governance and the functionality of these metropolitan areas, it's very difficult to generate agglomeration economies. I noticed, for example, that in Portugal we had a kind of a governance for the bigger Lisbon, for the metropolitan area of Lisbon, and now they decided to cut this big area in three different regions. It probably was easier to attract the financing from structural funds from the EU, but this is wrong. This is wrong. Would make sense indeed to have the northern part and the southern part of Lisbon with Lisbon in terms of the governance system. So this, for me, is a kind of mistake. So the second level indeed is to make these spillovers between the city and the neighboring regions functioning in the best possible manner, because indeed this, as I said, this is probably a very strong source of unconditional conversions. And then we have, of course, these remote low-density rural areas, where indeed you need a very differentiated policy, because the kind of policies that are going to make the trick of increasing innovation or productivity in these areas are going to be extremely different one by one. And so this is really the locus of these place-based policies. My final point is that I think we understood a lot of, we evolved in the regional policy area, mainly equity considerations. We did a lot of work, in particular at the OECD, on this impact of efficiency. So regional development as a way of doing also territorial equity. But I think we still need much more work on the link between equity and efficiency. And this, I think, is all the discussion currently in Europe between this kind of attention or trade-off between competitiveness and cohesion policy. Thank you so much. Obrigado.
Thank you very much, Joaquim, for this journey. It was a journey from macro level till the governance model in Portugal in favor of innovation systems. And I will now move to the next speaker, Julia Bachloger-Unger, an economist at the Austrian Institute of Economic Research and a member of the Austrian Productive Board, has been working in the research group Regional Economics and Spatial Analysis since 2018. Her research focuses on the analysis of economic policy measures in the regional context, EU cohesion policy, and in particular, regional development and convergence. Julia is going to share with us the main findings of her recent research, with a focus on prioritization, administrative capacity, and on synergies between cohesion policy and Horizon 2020. Julia, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Many thanks for having me. I hope you hear me well. I also have an echo, but I hope it will be a bit maybe moderated in a second. Perfect. I hope you can also see my slides. I shared it already. Perfect. So after Joaquim's intervention, I will now dig to the micro level, so to say, and talk about cohesion policy and smart specialization lessons and challenges. And in particular, what project level evidence tells us. So how is smart specialization strategies designed and how are they implemented and what can we learn from that? I hope that works. Yes, perfect. So I think I don't need to introduce a lot what smart specialization is, and that it is a central element of regional innovation policy and of EU cohesion policy. My starting point a bit is the evidence on its functionality so far. There's one evaluation in terms of the effect on the returns of R&I subsidies, also co-authored by Paulo Detto, as well as Anabela Santos and John Edwards. For Portugal, they find a positive additional effect of smart specialization on the return of R&I subsidies, on the economic returns. The broad literature, I would say, however, focused so far on the effectiveness and in the design of smart specialization strategies, and in particular in the prioritization. And one common finding is that as three priorities, be it industrial as priorities, technological domains, or policy objectives, are set quite broadly and relatively, not very selective. For example, mirroring regional capabilities. And another finding is that there's also some copying or imitation of neighbor regions. And also, obviously, so to say, it is discussed in literature that administrative capacity matters a lot for the design and implementation of good S3 strategies. So coordination across national and regional managing authorities is essential also in order to generate good project pipelines. So what will be the focus also of my intervention today? So I will talk about what can we learn from the translation of these S3 priorities to actual R&I funding in the context of cohesion policy. So I will talk mainly about the ERDF projects in the 2014 to 20 programming period. And I will address two questions mainly. One is, so we have that result that S3 priorities are set that broadly. What is this also the case for actual R&I funding, or is there terms of moderation? Is R&I funding maybe more selective than priorities, and what conclusions can we draw from that? And the second question is whether the breadth of S3 priorities also somehow impacts synergies between EU R&I funding instruments. There is also one priority or suggestion the European Commission has. It encourages regions to create synergies in this context, especially between the ERDF and Horizon 2020. And I will show you some recent study also analyzing the role of S3 priorities. Fine. What I will not focus too much on the differences in these aspects and results across types of regions, but of course that is also something we can gain from the granularity of project data, of actual R&I funding data. Fine. So I will I will present essentially evidence from two recent working papers. One is joint work with Oswald von Boschma, as well as Sede Hellinger and Pierre-Alexandre Ballon. Here we analyze, so to say, the translation from its priorities to R&I funding and its selectivity. And the second paper is joint work with Annabella Marquez Santos, who many of you will know, as well as Fabien Gabelbeck and Mathieu Doucineau, also former GRC, where we analyze the drivers of synergies between Horizon and ERDF funding in EU regions. The data sources. So somehow the thing is here that we link different very granular and rich data sources. The one is the one on S3 priorities. From the RIS3 data set, we have very detailed information on S3 priorities and their content and particular targets in EU regions. Then we use patent data usually to measure the technological capabilities of regions. And for the R&I funding part, we use a data set which we created jointly also with Andrea, who is also in the panel, and it's a joint work between GRC and WIFO, and most recently also the Cohesio database, which now offers this project level data in a regular way, in regular updates. Fine. So on my first research question, so we have this broad S3 priorities. What do we learn for R&I funding? Well, so the research objectives we had in this working paper was in the first step. So do regional S3 strategies and priorities reflect regional technological capabilities? We focus here on these technological domains prioritized. And then how is it translated into R&I funding decision? And as a spoiler, indeed, we find that actual R&I funding is remarkably more selective than smart specialization priorities. What this study first confirms is what already other studies have shown before. From, I think, 33 technological domains, we identified and categorized our S3 priorities in, on average, that's two region prioritizes 16 of them. So priorities in technological domains are really set broadly. You see for Portugal, it's relatively little, so to say, in comparison to other European regions. But yeah, it seems that managing authorities want to address a large set of priorities, not maybe not to lose any funding opportunities for its actors. We now somehow put our 16 technologies, 33 technological domains we have into this smart specialization framework that I'm sure Ron Boschma has presented also in the morning in his keynote. So we have relatedness to certain technologies on the x-axis and the complexity of certain technologies on the y-axis. The relatedness tells us, so if we prioritize a technology to which the technological base of a region is already highly related to, then we will be here in the right part of the figure. So we will have a low risk maybe. If we prioritize technologies which the technological base in the region is not yet very much related to, we will be in this high risk area. So it could be profitable maybe if you reach high benefits. We see that for more developed regions often that they that they prioritize region technologies that are unrelated to their technological base, and that can be a very beneficial strategy as well. So unrelated diversification can bring a lot of innovation potential and also economic returns to a region if it's a complex region. So that could be a beneficial strategy as well. The complexity dimension, gives us, shortly said, the probability of economic returns a region could generate by prioritizing and developing further on a certain technology. So this means here the high benefits and low benefits section, so to say. So we reach 4 panels. So the high risk, high benefits, high risk, low benefits, low risk, high benefits, and low risk, low benefits, which is maybe the most safe S3 strategy if a region localizes there. And we will now see, do the prioritized technologies in S3 strategies reflect regional capabilities? So where are we on the x-axis? And I can already tell you that complexity is not very much reflected in S3 priorities given our results. But let me focus maybe on this graph. Here we have this smart specialization framework. We have the NUTS 2 regions in these boxes. Different colors mean less developed transition and more developed regions. And what we have here is on the x-axis this average relatedness density difference, meaning if a region or if the average relatedness of a region to its prioritized technologies is higher than the relatedness to non-prioritized technologies, that means that a region runs a low-risk strategy. So then we are here in the right panel. If the average relatedness of S3 prioritized technologies is smaller than non-prioritized technologies, then that's to non-prioritized technologies, then we are this negative difference side, and we are in the left side of the panel. And what we see is that, most regions are run this low-risk strategy. But there are differences in the complexity of S3 priorities set, which you can see here. Okay, so you'll see maybe a good news is that really the fewest number of regions runs this high risk, low benefits strategy. And in a second, I will also show you the geographical distribution of this. Maybe one more finding is that we do not really see great patterns that differentiate between the types of regions, which is an interesting result as well, I think. Okay, so if we look at the map, we see the 4 panels again with different colors. So the purple one is the low risk, low benefit strategy. And you see the highest number of regions seems to run this strategy and this prioritization strategy. The blue ones are the high risk, low benefits. These are the fewest ones, and none in Portugal, by the way. And then we have these high benefits strategies colored in red and green. And for the region of Lisboa, for example, we have this high risk, high benefit strategy, which could be, as I said, a beneficial one if you manage to generate this unrelated diversification, which can give your region a lot of more innovation potential and also economic returns. So that was the map for the S3 priorities. We then do the same analysis, so to say, for the R&I funding. So we also classify the R&I projects according to the same 33 technological domains and check where which technologies are addressed by actual R&I funding. And what we find, not very surprisingly, but I think very interesting, is that indeed the funding aligns more closely with technological capabilities. It's not really surprising because even so for R&I funding, it is really it really matters which actors, which companies, which also research institutes are located in a region. They are the ones who apply for funding and get it. So somehow, that is not surprising. Also, by the way, complexity has a strong influence on funding decision, it seems. And here now we have on the left-hand side the geographical map we saw already. On the right-hand side is the one for R&I funding. And we see that indeed this pattern of strategies or actual R&I or funding orientation changes quite significantly. So in general, we find that the technological domains addressed by R&I funding, so to say, in a region is more selective in terms of regional capabilities, but also in the number of technologies addressed. And we see, for example, just to give a view, that several regions, I think it's also we have a transition matrix, so to say, and we see that the largest shift is from regions that run high risk, high benefits strategy to one with low risk and high benefits, which is good. But also we see a shift, a quite substantial shift from low risk, high benefits to low risk, low benefits. But more, don't go into detail here, but you can find all the results in detail in the working paper. So what do we find? Actual R&I funding differs quite substantially from S3 priorities. That's maybe the first finding. And it seems that this lack of selectivity is somewhat mitigated during the transition from the priority selection to the funding allocation, which is, as I said, very likely due to the actual capabilities of local actors which attract the funding. But for me, that means now, so if project portfolios correct this non-selectivity or breadth, or especially the breadth of S3 priorities, then it would appear beneficial that programmers and policymakers already show more courage, maybe, to be selective upfront. So, as I said, one hypothesis is that really that programs and S3 priorities are set very broadly, not to lose funding potentials or possibilities for or to hamper these funding opportunities for the potential beneficiaries. But somehow it seems that their more courage, so to say, more selectivity could be beneficial to attract to channel the funding to the technological domains or whatever a region wants to address or strategically support. So that is one finding. The other result maybe that is arising from the second research I told you about, which is on the synergies between EU R&I funding instruments, meaning the ERDF and Horizon 2020 in the program period 2020, also has some relevant insights in my view. So just to give a short introduction, so this fostering synergies, especially between these two funding instruments, is also something the European Commission has kept to encouraging, also in the not in the 20, but also in the 21 to 27 program period. But it's not too easy. One could expect, because these two funding instruments are designed very differently in its project selection process, but also in the administration and so on and so forth. So Horizon is really targeted at fostering excellence in research and innovation. You have international consortia which apply, and there's only competitive and partly very competitive selection process. And then we have ERDF R&I funding. That's the second large item within the EU budget that supports research and innovation. And that has a different logic, because it's as part of cohesion policy. It wants to address the growing innovation divide. And as we know, with smart specialization, follows this place-based approach, which is neglected in the Horizon world. And so I think it's really an interesting question to see whether the distribution of ERDF, I always talk about ERDF in the field of R&I now, and Horizon 2020 addresses the same the same societal grand challenges. So that is one thematic orientation or categorization we considered here across NUTS 3 regions. And I think that is also very interesting that we have and that we can exploit this data at the NUTS 3 level, because as Joachim has said, I think it's very important in this context to distinguish between rural areas and urban areas. So that's really nice. And beneath, showing an index depicting the similarity between the distribution of these two funds, we also then analyze which territorial, economic, or policy characteristics explain this similarity of the thematic distribution. Again, as a spoiler, we've indeed find that also controlling in a regression analysis for various regional characteristics, the thematic funding alignment or synergies, synergetic use, if we name it, between ERDF, R&I, and Horizon 2020 is indeed negatively correlated with the number of S3 priorities set in the EU NUTS 2 region. But let me first give you some insights on the study very shortly. This is just to show you that indeed the distribution of these two funding instruments differs a lot across NUTS 3 regions. So, also with its with the means of eligibility procedures and so on and so forth. So for Horizon 2020, it's often large cities that are where most Horizon 2020 funding is allocated. For the ERDF, it's spread much more broadly, and also to the also less developed regions. And what we find now in terms of this thematic funding alignment, as I said, we looked at the societal grand challenges as one dimension. We find that the thematic funding alignment of the two funding instruments, despite their different allocation method, is less likely. So it's not formulated the other way around. It's less likely in rural areas, so it's more likely in cities. It's less likely in emerging innovators regions, following the innovation scoreboard. And but not statistically significant in less developed regions. So it seems that the role of business environments and innovation ecosystems plays an important role in favor of synergies between Horizon 2020 and ERDF. We find that synergies are also positively linked to the presence of universities and a regional specialization in knowledge-intensive services. Yeah, not too surprising maybe, because I think regions with that type of actors are able to attract more funding in more domains, I would say, or in more fields of expertise than, for example, a region which don't has a which doesn't have a university. And as I said, controlling for all other regional characteristics, we find that a higher number of grant challenges addressed via S3 policy objectives. So here we have S3 policy objectives, priority dimension. We find that a higher number is found to be negatively associated with thematic funding similarity. And what does that mean? So it seems, finding 2, it seems that, and that is the second main finding, that regions that prioritize too many SGCs may reduce their ability to develop this critical mass of funding or this thematic alignment of funding in certain thematic areas. So it seems maybe this broad or the breadth of S3 priorities somehow dilutes the focus. That's maybe a conclusion or also policy implication one can draw from that. And I think it leads to the same conclusion as the first finding, namely that it would seem beneficial to focus the S3 priorities up forefront more thoroughly. And of course, also in this context, it's essential where to set the priorities. And I think that also here one can draw the conclusion that regional capabilities and strategic orientations, challenges should be taken into account. So also here the regional dimension definitely matters. Let me just talk about maybe some policy implications from that before I stop. Is first, I mentioned this last point here. I think that it's also essential to have these priorities set selectively and specifically in line with regional capabilities. Also, when thinking about EU-wide strategic targets, for example, the technological development of strategic technologies, and where interregional collaboration can play a major role. And I think that, having that in mind, also in the S3 prioritization, also know about maybe complementary regional linkages. Ron talked about how they can make use of also in the regional innovation strategies. And I think that's maybe also something that is maybe a conclusion, is that I think that this project portfolios or this data on the ERDF project, but also on the Horizon projects, could serve as a very rich additional database for identifying strong and emerging domains in the regions, for example, technologies, but also industries. I think it's for future innovation strategies at the regional level that can be very helpful. And also tracking the Horizon projects can tell a lot about actual capabilities in the region, because if funding is attracted to a region, then you can be sure you have an internationally competitive actor which is able to attract funding in a certain field to the region. And I think it's also nice very important to have to analyze unsuccessful Horizon proposals that give you maybe capability gaps that could be addressed by cohesion policy. and also for the creation of synergies. That's essential, of course. I already mentioned this potential for regional collaborations, which I think is should be maybe considered in the priority setting phase. And maybe last point, I think that substantial administrative capacity is needed and should be ensured for all these tasks, of course, and also for coordinating between managing authorities within the region, within the countries, maybe different levels, government levels, but also for coordinating and learning from other regions in the EU, because I think that this topic or each region would benefit from such an approach, and not every region needs to search for its own solution, its own best solution, but there could be synergies and efficiency gains when regions work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julia. I'm sure that this Portuguese audience would like to make some questions on how does Portugal relates with these policy implications. Unfortunately, we are a little bit ahead of time, so I would give the floor to Paulo Neto from the University of Évora, the author of several books and articles in the area of regional and urban European economics and public policy. He was the pro-rector for strategic planning, director of the Department of Economics and member of the General Council of the University of Évora, and he is the coordinator of the Public Policy Monitoring Unit at the University of Évora, and finally, the director of the Public Policy Portuguese Journal. Paulo Neto, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. I want to start to thank you for the invitation. I'm very pleased to be with you today. The intervention that I'm sharing with you is the title is Towards Smart Cohesion Using 2014-2020 Lessons to Drive Smart Specialization Forward. I propose that this presentation should be structured as follows. Part 1, S3 evolution across programming periods. Part 2, Portugal S3 experience 2014-2020. Part 3, new guidance for cohesion policy and smart specialization 2021-2034. And Part 4, strategic proposals for Portugal 2025-2034. This first part, we tried to analyze the transformation of smart specialization from the beginning. We have already a lot of presentations and considerations about how it started or what it is. And what I would like to discuss with you is this one. I choose to put in it the 3 periods, 2014-2020. It was mainly recommended. Main of the outcome from this period was episodic EDP, selectivity, dilution, fragmentation, and very important monitoring deficits. The present moment from recommended is binding 2021-2027. What is the outcome that we are trying to achieve in this period? It's mainly a policy, trying to make a policy reset from compliance and to performance, for fragmented to integrated. What we try to achieve is a progressive evaluation from recommendation to strategic imperative in the period 2028-2034. What I think, and many documents, official documents now have different perspectives about it, but my vision, my perspective is that in that period, S3 should be a core pillar of EU competitiveness strategy, integrated in national, regional partnership plans, and we'll see it in next. What is the outlook that we expect in the future period? Strategic ambition, S3 as a driver of EU competitiveness, resilience, and cohesion. In this part, I try to identify from evidence-based assessment the experience, what was our experience concerning the implementation of S3. This first slide about this is the official evaluation report made in 2019. And what was main important in this evaluation is the recognition of the experience, the way it was an important experience to mobilize stakeholders and also public administration, and a lot of problems about monitoring, but this report is very much elogious to the first stage of implementation of S3 in Portugal. The second slide is a work that I had the pleasure to publish together with Annabella Marques-Santos and John Edwards. It was in European Planning Studies, the smart specialization improve and innovation subsidy effect on regional productivity, the Portuguese case. Here we identify some values in what concern regional productivity, and we tried to measure it, the value of the increased productivity resulting from S3 implementation. And some things that I think it's very much connected with the presentations before. For instance, negative spatial dependence suggests that backlash across neighboring regions, the problem of resources and human resources. Also, right here, high human capital levels in neighboring regions can exert negative spillovers, and some difficulties in what concern across spatial specifications. What we can learn from these two evaluations and other documents about the first S3 period in Portugal. Episodic ADP, stakeholders' engagement concerned in ex-ante planning, with limited institutionalized discovery during implementation. EDP was treated as compliance, not as continuous learning. Technology investment disconnected from skills and talent development. Inadequate talent pipelines for S3 priorities, limiting effectiveness, and administrative capacity variation, enormous variations in capacity for S3 process. We have learned from the other speakers before the importance of administrative capacity. Selectivity dilution, S3 priority is too broad in this region, 2 domains in north, 8 in central, but as you'll see after the result of north region is very much interesting despite this broad selection of domains. And of course, the monitoring the deficit in what concerns the evaluation of F3. In this part, I try to share with you some documents and reflections that I think could bring us to a stronger reflection about S3 and also to make the way to some proposals to Portugal and to Portugal in what concerns this period 2025-2034. What you learned about the installation before was episodic KDP instead continuous, selectivity, dilution, and fragmentation, variable capacity and monitoring deficits, and what the present cohesion policy tried to answer in the way it tried to answer to this deficit is a continuous EDP mandatory, an approach and betting on mission-oriented integration and a performance framework and common indicators. So let's see some orientations after that. In these slides, I think you can find a very interesting and very recent conclusions by a document published by the European Court of Auditors. It's a review 525, precisely about smart specialization. And we can see from the point of view of European Court of Auditors is no EU on second level, what concerns EU level coherence gap. The key conclusion of this report is no EU level mechanism to maximize value beyond compliance or to align regional S3 priorities. In what concerns EDP, is core and mandatory in this moment, but most of the authorities, management authorities, face them as difficult and demanding and not clear to achieve. In what concerns monitoring approach and indicators, as we saw before, vary widely, so the comparability is very much difficult in what concerns analysis that in a comparative public policy approach between regions is very much difficult to achieve a secure result. About evaluation gap, these reports alert us about since S3 introduction, there has been no EU-level evaluation of S3 as a process. External work may address this only partially, and so on. But I stay with this, and I invite you to see another slide. This slide tries to summarize some of the perspectives that we have discussed before. Try to shift from absorption focus to result-based monitoring addresses. Try to achieve mission-oriented consolidation, and the idea of skills integration addressed it by, and the gaps you find there are the gaps that are in my presentation. But I think it was also important to make another kind of exercise. In the next two slides, what I've did was to start from the Draghi report, and you'll see the other one after. But the idea was to look at the Draghi report and the main conclusions about competitiveness and try to connect these ideas and this rationale to the possibility to operationalize solutions for it in what concerns S3 approach. So in the first column, you have the main conclusions of the report. This is the conclusion of Draghi report. On the second conclusions, you have an exercise about what will be or what are the implications for S3 strategies rationale as a result of Draghi report conclusions. And on the third one was another level of exercise. I tried to make the same similar rationale, but in order to try to identify operational implications for S3 deliver in Portugal. Precisely taking in account what we have discussed was the problem of implementation of S3 and the main difficulties in Portugal. In this one, I've made the same exercise, but starting from the main conclusions of letter report. Of course, we can choose another documents for do it, but as you know, letter report and Draghi report are very, very much complementary, but very much different. So I saw it was an important exercise. And about the letter report, I've made the same exercise. What are the main conclusions? How, in any way, we can transform these conclusions of letter report to the S3 rationale, and from the conclusions of letter report, how can it identify from it some operational implications for S3 deliver in Portugal. From this exercise, I tried to make a more concise approach, and I'm going to show a proposal and make you a proposal about what could be, from this exercise that I'm sharing with you, 13 evidence-based proposals for Portugal. These 30 proposals for Portugal that I put at your consideration, I have structured in 5 dimensions, five strategic pillars. 1, governance and ADP. 2nd, funding integration. 3rd, skills and talent. 4th, cooperation in simplification. And the 5th, monitoring and performance. The idea was start from the main difficulties that we identified in the slides before about the implementation of S3 in Portugal, mixing it the rationale of public policy for this programming period and for the next, and join the analysis of the drag report, letter report, the evaluation reports, and some research about the experience of implementation of S3 in 2014-2020. It tried to generate proposals for Portugal in what concern the next step of implementation of S3. The idea of this integrated framework, but it's a framework for transformation. That's the idea on it. The idea is an integrated framework, 5 pillars, 1 transformation. The idea was to connect most of the dimensions that were identified in drag report and letter report and the experience that we had, and how to mobilize all the rationale to another stage of performance, another stage of consequence, another stage of maturity and sophistication in what concerns S3 implementation. Here, I decided the first part of the slide is maybe too much late now, because the reprogrammation is already on stage. But the idea is, because of some of the parts that I put in the first part of slide are not very depending what about the agreement that we achieve about reprogrammation, but is very much dependent how we'll implement it. So in this slide, what I propose to you is 10 proposals. The idea is to propose two-phase implementation approach. The first one very much focus on the present moment in what concern the reprogrammation of Portugal 2030, and the second one to make the way until 2028, 2034. Some examples. S3 Steering Committee, continuous ADP, consolidate into 3 or 4 directional mission portfolios, and so on. Most of the proposals that I made are very much connected with the old documents that we are analyzing before, in order to try to approach that is very much aligned with the European orientations, very much aligned with the proposal to avoid some of the difficulties that we recognize that we face when we implement till now S3. And another for us, the phase 2, the idea is to identify, for instance, proposal 19, talent as a fifth freedom. Talent as a fifth freedom is a clear proposal from letter report, and so on. The idea is a strategic in impact, focus on the experience that we have, even in results in productivity, as we saw in the paper we have made with Annabelle and John Edwards. and to try to make a solution to solve the problems and to align the solutions with the reference reports and the documentation. The idea, and this is the final, I promise this is the final idea. At the end of the slide is the main conclusion. Smarter cohesion, which was the title of the presentation and the purpose of this presentation. Smarter cohesion is not just about better S3. It's about building resilient, inclusive, innovative driven regional ecosystems that contribute to EU competitiveness and strategic autonomy. By embedding continuous learning, mission-oriented portfolios, talent-centered strategies, and EU-level coordination, we can transform S3 from a compliance exercise into a strategic level for Europe's future. This is the reference if you are interested to see the way of the analysis, more references, and thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paulo. I think we'll take the questions later. And we now move to Andrea Conte. Andrea from the Joint Research Center is an economist leading the territorial data analysis and modeling team, working on regional economic monitoring and on the development of the Romolo. He's a specialist in innovation, public finance, and regional policy, and has authored or co-authored a number of articles and policy notes on these issues. Dear Andrea, please.
Wow, great. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. First of all, many thanks to the National Innovation Agency for the invitation. Porto is a neuralgic center of innovation. This year we had this Portuguese Regional Science Innovation Conference and the European one. So it's nice to be back for events all connected to the topics of our interest. So I tried already the pointer, so I'm happy now. We can move into the presentation. I will take a kind of different angle from the one that colleagues Ron this morning, Joachim and Julia, greetings to you, Paolo, took in this session. I come here representing the TEDAM team in the Joint Research Center, actually next door, because we are based not in Brussels, but in Sevilla, in Andalusia. I will describe to you, the aim of my presentation is to guide you rather than presenting. I will present some evidence, but I want really to guide you through a narrative related to the way in which we do evaluation, especially quantitative evaluation for policy purposes, the state of play of the discussion on the new MFF. As you know, we are in the wrap-up of the Commission proposal of the 16th of July of this year. Now we have 2 years ahead of negotiation in view of the MFF post-27, 24, 28, 34. Of course, the S3 will be embedded into that regulatory framework, so it's important to discuss it a bit, and then with the time left, I will put the phone. I will discuss also some direct evidence that we as a Joint Research Center provide for this kind of debates. So, but first of all, the focus goes into the redefinition of what is the multi-annual financial framework. You know that we work on a 7-year planning. The current planning was heavily amended because of the COVID crisis, so with the introduction of the Next Generation EU, which was introducing not only novelty in terms of the financial structure, but also on the overall policy objectives and regulatory framework under which the RRPs in many member states have been developed. I mentioned the Commission proposal that was put forward on the 16th of July. We as a Joint Research Center have a specific mandate, horizontal across different funding lines, in supporting the thematic areas of the MFF proposal as indicated in the mission letters by President von der Leyen at the beginning of the mandate. Now, how do we do policy evaluation? The intuition here is the following. We work in the context of the so-called beta regulation agenda, which provide the overall framework at the community level for policy evaluation. It's a nice reading for those of you that are interested in those kind of topics. And we deploy our tools. Of course, I will focus on the territorial tools because this is the bread and butter of our activities in the team for multiple purposes related not only to the direct assessment of policies, but also in anticipation of societal and political needs. So there is a direct assessment of policies, but there is also a kind of anticipation role of some tools that we deploy for anticipating long-term trends or economic shock, disruption. Probably we had too many in the last few years, from COVID to the war in Ukraine, so on and so forth. So there is an issue of the interplay between the trends, the framework in which we operate, the policy instruments, their deployment. And from the territorial angle, we do, of course, in the context of the cohesion policies, but beyond that, we generally adopt a very wide definition of what is the territorial impact of policies. Actually, we can point to many examples. Today we are discussing innovation. Innovation has a strong heterogeneous territorial element, but virtually everything from fiscal to climate to migration to every shock have heterogeneous territorial aspects. So we need to have tools that allow this kind of assessment. And this is what we did in the long-term planning of the development of our activities. So this slide is just to indicate vis-a-vis the policy evaluation cycle, which is the circle that you see described in this slide, that goes from the ex-ante phase of preparation adoption towards the monitoring and ex-post phase of implementation and application, the deployment of tools complementary to each other that serve the purpose of providing evidence for a better policy anticipation and design. So, broadly speaking, this is the configuration of our activities as an illustrative example, but of course there are in other policy areas, colleagues in the Commission, in other EU international organizations that are working on a similar framework. We generally use models. We host the only NATS2 level-based models in Europe, the so-called Romolo model, from the ex-ante assessment, not only of the funding programs, but also of regulatory aspects, structural and value chain type of analysis. So we deploy models not only when it comes to the MFF, but also when it comes to important chapters of political initiatives at the EU level. Of course, those models provide a kind of predictive element of the impact of policies, but of course they are of more limited use when it comes to the issue of the actual monitoring of what is going on the ground, on the ex-post evaluation of the different tools. So different objectives, different complementary tools to be used. In this case, we work much more with statistics and econometrics in order to provide evidence on the funding programs by using multiple levels of aggregation. Julia was mentioning before the issue of the micro-level data that are getting more and more into the mainstream, luckily, I would say, from our perspective of the policy evaluation agenda. But more in general, via other type of tools beyond modeling, we are able to enter into the analysis of some governance aspect. I will present to you some evidence that becomes relevant in periods like the one we have now, in which this is the core of the reflection between member states, the European Commission, and the different stakeholders. So, where do we stand? There were multiple references, also Paolo just did it, but throughout the day, to the Draghi report, the Letta report, but there is the competitiveness compass. There are multiple reflection high-level documents that has been put forward in the last few years in order to point out to the revival of industrial policies. For those of you that are in this business since some years, you will have noticed the difference in perspective compared to 10 or 15 years ago, where talking about industrial policy was almost a no-go, right? So there is a new terminology. We are talking a lot about strategic dependencies, therefore the call for open strategic autonomy. This refers to Russia, but not only. We are witnessing inflation shock, we are witnessing the discussion on tariffs, so of course there is multiple instances in which there is the need to point to an industrial structure and production in Europe that allow us to mitigate the potential external shocks coming to our continent. And there is also the issue of reinforced directionality in order to compete with other geopolitical blocks. There is the issue of AI, which is on the news every single day, but actually it's not only the issue of AI. We have the overall objective of what was called the twin transition, so the green and digital transformation, a major challenge is ahead in terms of health, biotech, and so on. So this has changed the priorities, this has changed the terminology. I'm personally very interested in the way in which we develop new language, in a sense, which is telling about the way in which the common reflection somehow goes on. And this will have an impact on the budget and, of course, on the areas covered in a very inclusive manner. Because sometimes, for instance, I like to give this example. We refer to strategic dependencies, open strategic autonomies, automatically identifying high-tech components. Actually, if you talk to the people working on the common agricultural policy, they will tell you that one key element of the open strategic autonomy is independence in agriculture, because without that, we cannot build on the other type. So you see, this is really an horizontal type of topics. And then it comes the second important block on the areas of cohesion, trade, and the functioning of the single market. There was a reference to the Letta report. We know that cohesion policy is a fundamental pillar since its foundation 30 years ago on the functioning of the single market. No single market between investment instruments that are inclusive at the territorial level. So the two elements goes hand in hand. And then on the reflection of what will be the post-27 budget, there are some important elements to take into account. I will come back to those elements. But first, the issue of governance. The multi-level governance, the experience accumulated so far in terms of the multi-level governance across the EU and what will be the design of the post-27, taking into account that nowadays, an important statistic, the majority of the public investment at the EU level is managed by subnational entities. So this is important in terms also of proximity vis-à-vis the territories and the citizens. And then the issue introduced with the Next Generation EU, but something that was in there implicitly since many years, on the linkages between investment and reforms. This is important because, of course, there is the issue of reducing, in the session this morning, there was a call for streamlining, making simple the possibility to establish entrepreneurship. So is this kind of reflection that is important, on which many policy initiatives are taking place nowadays. We complain about correctly, let me say, about the tariffs and the shake-up that happened in international trade in the US, but there are some also very telling statistics that apply to the potential benefits of the internal market in the EU. The IMF is estimating that non-tariff barriers equals a tariff of intra-EU export of roughly 45%. So you see there are huge economic margins for reforms that tackle the functioning of the single market. This has, of course, an important effect for company establishment, innovation, research activities, and so on. Now, going fast on the narrative related to the budget itself. The budget proposal came in July 25, a couple of months before we had in Brussels the annual EU budget conference, which was, let's say, broad gathering discussing what then became the proposal, in a sense. And there are three key elements that basically are the logic, the backbone of the narrative of the Commission MFF proposal. Flexibility, which means that, for instance, unfortunately, somebody would say, but what we experienced in the 21-27 was the need to catch up of emergencies happening every single year. So the need then to combine an instrument for long-term economic growth to emergency response. Emergency that refers also to climate adaptation instruments. We had example in Portugal, so we have example with the Dana in Valencia, and unfortunately many other cases. Second element, a greater coherence of the investment thinking, I would say, across the different levels. Draghi was mentioned. There is the issue of establishing, this is currently under discussion, the optimal level of partnership between national and regional actors, based on the experience of the MFF, an interlink between the spending on the one side, the milestone and targets. This means an orientation towards output and performance-based type of indicators. That is part of the reference you will find in multiple documents in the design of the next MFF. Last but not least, the point on simplification that I was making before, with the establishment of the single European Competitiveness Fund, which will include, although separate, a new Horizon program for the next forthcoming period. So that reflection brought us to the proposal of the Commission. These are the chapters of the Commission. There is a web page in which you will find all the detailed statistical information, the impact assessment in which we include our results as a supporting also that proposal. I don't have time, of course, for going into the details, but on the first two chapters, I want to show you in the next two slides a bit the architecture of what is the Commission proposal that is now discussed with the Parliament, with the Council, through the entire process that will bring us to the end of 2027. On the one side, this is the National and Regional Partnership Plan, following the structure and the reflection I was mentioning to you before. This encompasses also the Cohesion Fund together with the agriculture element. Basically, the issue here is the two novelties are the establishment of this linkage between the territorial aspect and the national governance. We miss the detail yet. We will see throughout the coming months how this discussion will evolve. You will see in one of those columns, the white one, actually I have an excuse for using this. Voila, you see reforms and investment. So the link between the two aspects that are relevant. We do not discuss now the amount. This will be the subject of the negotiation. It's in the proposal, but I would say it's not very relevant to spend time on this point at the moment. This is the design of the proposal related to the European Competitiveness Fund. The strategic orientation and the so-called directionality, this is the word we use, refers to the strong emphasis on the different thematic area, now called policy windows. And then you will have the bit of the Horizon Europe that encompasses some of the pillars that are more familiar to those of you that are into these activities. So this is the starting point of the Commission proposal, and now the Parliament, as I said, the Council will discuss the regulatory reforms attached to it, the overall amount that will be the backbone of the MFF 28-34. Now, so this is the fair bit of my presentation. Now I go more into the activities we are more directly doing to give you an idea a bit of the way in which we frame the research contribution to a policy discussion from our angle. We do it via direct research, but we do also acting as a kind of bridge between the academic environment and the research community outside, of course. But the logic is to provide, following our historical mandate, evidence-based support to policy, as we are named as the in-house scientific service of the European Commission. Based on the reflection I just made, I will indicate to you some bit of evidence along 3-4 points, basically, on the impact of the policies. Every discussion on a policy starts from whether it delivers an impact or not. It's the core of the justification of the policy. And then on the territorial concentration, the redistributional aspect is something that is important. It applies not only to cohesion policy, applies to every funding instruments at the moment in which you negotiate a new common budget. The performance orientation and the role of enhancing competitiveness via a better intervention logic. So the broader, I will start first with the macro modeling, then I go into some micro level evidence. The core, of course, of the reflection of the European Commission in terms of cohesion policy stands on the biannual cohesion report. The next one will come out next year. You will see on the chapters related to impacts that we include the macroeconomic impacts through our models in order to estimate with our methods the overall multiplier effects at the way how many euros deliver via the policy instrument, let's say. This is a core element together with, of course, the issue of the redistributive element, so the kind of spillover type of analysis. Impact and spillovers are something, a never-ending literature in the sense that it's with us, will stay with us, it's good to stay with us because it's the core justification of every type of policy. So you will find evidence in the cohesion report, but there are plenty of evidence discussing the role, the interlinkages between economic territories and the role in which EU funding instruments like cohesion policy, extra investments, and so on apply not only to the regions that are developing directly the policies, but also to neighborhood and so on. Via our modeling tool, we provide evidence on the impact of the EU main funding instruments, but we are working bilaterally with other institutions like the European Investment Bank. Our model is the model of the European Investment Bank for evaluating the impact of the EIB portfolio in Europe. I'm mentioning this not because I want to make a reference to the EIB per se, but rather because in the operational activities of the European Investment Bank, there is what is called the InvestEU, former European Fund for Strategic Investment, this Juncker plan back 10 years ago. The seeds of some regulatory reforms were already there with the Juncker plan, kind of orientation towards output and milestone, some prominent role of private leverage, private capital integration into the policy design, and the focus, of course, on more long-term structural impacts, which is the core of the communication we do generally on the results of the IB portfolio together with the colleagues there in Luxembourg. So this is an example of a thinking that comes before the MFF, actually, before the Next Generation EU, actually. That was, of course, generalized much more with the Generation EU, and now is spilling over to the overall Commission proposal. But I make this example to tell you that those reflections comes from a very long time ago. Came the Next Generation EU. This is the accompanying document in which our modeling results were also included in the Commission proposal made in the Parliament in May 2020 in order to launch the Next Generation EU and the recovery plans across countries. Another important aspect is that, of course, each piece of legislation needs to be accompanied by the regulation. The regulation of the Next Generation EU was a regulation totally framed in the regulation of cohesion policy. So the way in which the funds has been also allocated across member states follow, another example in which I can use this piece of legislation that actually was used in the criteria for cohesion policy in order to split the funds across member states. So the Next Generation EU is historically, from a regulatory point of view, interlinked with the history of cohesion policy. And for those of you that are into cohesion policy, of course, they will realize that the green transition, the digital transition, together with other, something that became more prominent in the media communication, but they were embedded in the story, in the history of cohesion policies. We had thematic objective, pillars focusing exactly on the green and the digital aspect. So this is on the convergence on different funding programs and instruments across time. Now, some piece of evidence. One additional reflection that is commonly goes together with the impact of the policy is the way in which the funding is distributing itself across member states and regions. If we focus on innovation policy, of course, we have historically two major funding instruments. We have the TO1, let's say, or TO1 to 3, depends how you define. So what is related to smart specialization in a sense under cohesion policy, and you have the horizon programs. Different governance, different mechanism for allocation of the funds. I'm not discussing this point because I don't have time. Different policy objectives, so they are targeting truly different objectives. But somehow one of the reflections also done by the European Parliament back 6-7 years ago, we were working directly on a pilot project from the Parliament of the issue of synergies between the two funding instruments that you see here, Horizon on one side, the structural funds on the other, in order to see the possibility to, by synergetic approach, to increase the overall impact at the territorial level of the innovation policy. And then it came the Next Generation EU, together with Annabella Santos, which has been mentioned a few times, is a colleague of us working on this topic. We have been working specifically in the case of Portugal, which I should congratulate you, by the way. You have, for the Next Generation EU, among the best data in Europe. This is on the good news, also because there is not so much available around, which is on the bad overall. But basically, we were able, thanks to those data, also to characterize the way in which RNI measures via the Next Generation EU are profiling themselves by looking at the beneficiary levels. This type of analysis serves the purpose of answering the different questions, one of them being how much overlap or synergies or complementarities exist between funding instruments targeting quasi-similar objectives. On the other side, public authorities are targeting similar profiles of beneficiary, yes or not, or are able to disentangle for different instruments, different target beneficiaries. For this, we need micro-level data. So it's important, actually, I reiterate the congratulations to the fact that putting open data available, it's a service to the research and evaluation community in general. Then it comes the issue of the interlink between the way in which we use the funds and the way in which we set up the governance system. Basically, here we were addressing the kind of speed of adoption of funds according to the program authority in charge of the different funding, being the regional or being the national. In a publication this year on the Journal Common Market Study, in a book we did with the Italian Regional Science Association back a couple of years ago, we were discussing these topics from the angle of different member states, a different thematic objective. And this, of course, is related to the discussion we are having of the optimal level of governance. Our evidence points to, surprise, surprise, that there is no overall optimal level of governance across member states and even thematic objectives. So there are, of course, institutional capacities that are different across member states. But what we find interesting is that sometimes the same authority has a different capacity to spend, to invest in one thematic area vis-à-vis the others. So this is an additional element of complexity to the overall picture that calls, of course, for a pragmatic approach. I think I have a couple of minutes. I will really go fast on concluding, yeah? So another element is the performance orientation. We have data in the Open Cohesion Data Portal on the history, on the current programming period of regional policies. What we see is that, no, this is the slide still on the way in which the absorption goes across thematic objectives, and there are intrinsic difficulties, of course. Let me go faster because otherwise I don't finish what I want to say. On the performance orientation, what is interesting is that we see a lot of self-declared variation by the managing authorities on their own objectives, which pose a challenge in setting up a monitoring system that will need to take this flexibility into account. This is a flexibility that comes out of very good reasons, the COVID reallocation of structural funds in 2020 to respond to the health crisis, but also comes at the very beginning of the period in 2018, where almost 3 out of 10 of the objectives set up by the managing authorities were changed by the managing authorities themselves, because to plan on 7 years is, of course, something quite complicated. And there is no general pattern for some specific region or countries vis-à-vis the other, neither in terms of amount nor in terms of direction. We change targets up and down. There is no a kind of bias or logic we can find on them. I go towards the conclusion. Back in next year, we will have a revised territorial economic data viewer. It's a tool that we are currently redeploying, in which we aim at compiling all the statistical information on EU funding programs for member states and territories coming from the EU budget, with the view of providing 2 types of elements. As much as possible, horizontal coherence across funding instruments at the same level of governance, and what we call it vertical coherence. We want to assess as much as possible the way in which the different level of government approach the same policy area in a coherent way. Why we do this? Because this is a fundamental element of the simplification package we discussed for the MFF. On the other side, to increase the impact of the aggregate public intervention in thematic area. I finish, if you allow me, with this slide, which is a very recent publication in which we assess methodologically the apparent trade-off between productivity increase and reduction of emissions. The green debates, of course, will stay with us. It's a fundamental challenge for our economies. What we have tried to provide through novel metrics, this is one example, are ways in which we can reconcile apparently different objectives. And what we see in this paper is that there are very heterogeneous territorial degrees of recombination of 2 different objectives. Last comment is that for many policy area, this is, let me allow this, I really finish. As evaluation, as an analyst, we face, Ron was mentioning this morning somehow, the difficulty for some data. The difficulty here is that sometimes the timing of the policy initiatives is not aligned with the discussion across statistical offices, across relevant stakeholders on the provision of official data. When it comes to the subnational level, this problem becomes even more relevant. So basically what we are doing is try to develop, by means of novel techniques and methods, text mining analysis, AI, machine learning, tools in order to generate statistics that will allow us to cover bottlenecks or empty boxes when it comes to the territorial assessment of new policy priorities that are not envisaged in any indicators defined in the Eurostat family of official statistics. Everything I was presented, and sorry for the delay, it's in our JRC official science page website with all the policy brief, the publication. I thank you for your attention. I'm here for any follow-up you might want.
Thank you very much, Andrea. I know we have passed already the time, but we also started a little bit late, so I would like to open the floor to the audience in case there is any question. Yes, please. Thank you.
All right, I have many questions, but I just stick to Andreas' presentation. All the policies that you have in mind, and there might be many, right, that might directly or indirectly influence regional development. So to what extent you're also willing to consider a kind of policy mix approach, right? That you're actually saying, can we say something about the coherence of different types of policies inside the region which might affect positively regional development? I've been developing some ideas on that, so that's why I'm very interested to hear more about what you have to say on that.
Ron, thanks for the question. This fits very well into the point I was mentioning on finally, really welcoming mainstreaming micro-level type of methods and tools in policy evaluation. There is a lag between the policy acceptance of those methods and what is really there for use. What is on the positive side is that we are moving ahead. Until a few years ago, it was impossible to depart from very standardized indicators, very standardized methods for approaching new things, complexity, other tools that are now there. We can do, thanks to more processing capacities, software, more analytical, more intellectual development, luckily. But I'm optimist in that sense, because I see that out of necessity, there is a more acceptance from the policy audience of those methods.
Yes. What I'm still struggling with the policy mix approach is that it's often very much predefined, right? So you say, okay, yeah, thank you. So much of the policy mix approach is that we predefine what should be the optimal policy mix, right? So whether you accomplish coherence. What I have more in mind is because of course you never find a perfect coherence, right? So what I have in mind is more to think about, okay, what do regions actually do? What type of policies do they actually combine, and is there something to learn from that, right? And still you can, and then maybe the most common policy are the ones that actually might make sense to some extent. There is some kind of logic, unless you, of course, there's coherence in bad policies, right? So I think there's still a reason why we should distinguish between good and bad policies. But I would really like to follow this road and to see to what we can really conclude when we just look at what type of policy combinations regions are actually making, instead of predefining them already beforehand, because there might just be some logic there that we have to take into account when doing policy evaluations.
Just a second. I agree. Actually, what I see is that, let me be on the optimistic side again. The focus towards more a performance orientation means that we will have a departure from the input type of analysis, the spending per se, that has been the core of the analytics and the policy discussion so far. Out of necessity, probably, but we will need to enter into that. So the questions of de facto coherence into the monitoring phase of the policies, we don't have at the moment a structured information system of this. But out of necessity, we will need to enter into those elements. So your call, I think, might get a positive outcome in this change of mind that collectively we are going to do starting from the new MFF.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Thank you very much for the questions. Does anyone wants to put another question? So I think we still, yeah. Okay.
I don't know if Joachim is still online.
Yes,
Yes,
I think
please.
they are right. Now I'm looking
Yes,
to the...
yes.
Yes, our colleagues are online.
Yeah, right. Okay, so thank you, Jacobin, for your very interesting presentation. I want to go back to the first slides that you had, right? Where you were actually saying that the US is really doing well in terms of productivity, and that happens in the, let's say, the regions that have the major cities, right? To put it like that. So I was wondering also, we also know now more recent findings that the real productivity that happens in the US is not only in a very few regions, but also in a very few companies and a very limited number of sectors, right? So I would even expect that the top regions in the US might be very different from each other, because it depends a bit to what type of specializations they have and to what extent they have those high-tech giants in their region. So could you say a bit more on that? To what extent there's also some kind of bias, not only in terms of the top regions where productivity takes place, but also in which sectors and in which companies, because that might have really an impact on productivity levels at the regional scale.
Thanks, Ron. I think, yeah, that's an extremely relevant question. I don't have the microdata that would enable me to cross, you know, this kind of regional data I'm using with the company data. I even, as you probably know, at the regional level, we don't have the kind of sectoral data that would enable to cross actually regions with sectors. But I don't know. It's a question of kind of willingness and resources to invest in this kind of sort of a data sort of gathering. Now, when we look at the productivity generation in the US, you are right that, for example, the first productivity generation is like sort of a New York, and then of course you have the San Francisco, San Jose, Oakland sort of area, which is indeed related with this GAFAM type of companies. But then you have places like Dallas, Houston, Washington, Seattle, Boston, Atlanta, even Miami, that have very significant sort of contributions to productivity. So I suppose that what is happening in this type of sort of regions, which they are not at the frontier, so they have a sort of potential to converge, but actually agglomeration is helping the convergence process. And actually, I did some, I'm trying to do some work with the other sort of colleagues on this issue, and in particular Michael Storper, to try to understand the links between convergence and agglomeration. And what I find sort of in the OECD sort of cross section of countries is that actually the interaction between convergence and agglomeration is negative. I mean, it helps convergence. So the regions that are in the converging mode have a potential to converge because they are below the frontier, but also have already a certain level of agglomeration, they actually converge faster. So in Europe, the problem in Europe is that we don't have this kind of cities in Europe. As I said, we have Paris, then we have Madrid, doubling in the middle, and then the other cities are sort of a smaller scale. So this is what I find indeed, that we need to find a much more distributed model of productivity generation in Europe. But in the US, it's not only this big sort of GAFAM high-tech sort of companies, or say in places like New York, et cetera, the fintech sector. Is really that in these cities, in these second-tier cities in the US, there is something happening in terms of probably technology adoption or spillovers of this frontier of technology at the regions which are kind of below but are benefiting from these technology developments. Where in Europe, first of all, we are not at the frontier, we are not pushing the frontier, but also the spillovers seem to be much more weaker. This is why I would advocate, in terms of the new thinking design of the regional policy, to understand much better these connections between urban policy and regional policy. We know, for example, that the spillovers of metropolitan areas, they fade away very quickly, in time and space. What could be done, indeed, to sort of use these intermediate cities in order to stimulate technology adoption? A region like, for example, in the middle of France, will be extremely it's going to be difficult to use Paris as a magnet for technology adoption in that region, but probably an intermediate city there could make the link. I mean, and what perhaps is lacking now in Europe is these intermediate cities with enough potential for this technology developments or technology adoption, but already with some economies of agglomeration also working and compounding with the convergence potential. This is my sort of gut feeling, but I'm still working on that. I hope to be able to, with Michael and the colleague from the OECD, publish something a bit more concrete about these issues.
I also have a question to Julia, and that is taking into account the strengthening of European priorities in the new proposed MFF and also in the midterm review. What is your perspective on the balance between the top-down European priorities and the bottom-up place-based approaches? And how do you assess the existing and proposed mechanisms to intersect these two dimensions of the problem? Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the question. Here I go again. Okay, no, it works perfect, thanks. Well, I think that this question somehow is already there, or has already been addressed, also when looking at missions, plus space-based priorities, at also the strategic focus on green and digital technologies, and place-based capabilities and place-based strategies such as S3. And I think that, I think that addressing that or combining that top-down and bottom-up strategic approach somehow should be also accompanied by good data-driven work and analysis. And I think that, the methods and the data sets presented in this panel, also by Andrea and also by Ron, really help and should be taken into account. And I think that that's definitely also when we have these top-down strategic targets, that it's really important and beneficial overall for the European Union if you take into account the place-based and place-sensitive capabilities and contributions.
Thank you. One last hint from your side, but do you think that it's important that the regulation ensures that some kind of obligation like ex-ante conditionality, as it was in the previous programming period, or enabling condition as it is now, or do you think that if we keep the issue open, somehow the regions will still tackle and follow this place-based approach?
Well, I'm not a legal expert and an expert on these EU regulations. I don't know if an enabling condition or ex-ante conditionality is the most efficient way to approach this, but I think that a requirement to take into account and to have a look at regional outcomes, at regional innovation capabilities would be beneficial. In which legal form, I don't know, but I think it's also for the national level and for the EU level surely beneficial to have a look at that.
Thank you very much, Julia. Thank you very much, everybody, all the speakers and the audience. And we'll have to finish. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all very much. We are running a little bit late, so let's be back here at 5 past. In the meantime, I think someone left some earphones Yeah, it's in the concierge. You can go and pick them up there. Okay, let's go for a quick coffee break and be back in 15 minutes. Thank you. Right, thank you very much for coming back almost in time again. We're a little bit late, but I think we can finish it on reasonable time. We're going for the last session of this day, which is being really nice so far. I think we're getting a lot of important insights. For this last session on the future of S3 and EU strategic autonomy for competitiveness. Oh no, this is Enda's title, but it's about the same issue basically. And for this we have as moderator Gabriel Osorio from PlanUp. It's the National Center for Planning and Evaluation of Policies. He's been doing several roles on public service and is now the deputy director of PlanUp, and is going to invite the guests on stage for this discussion. So thank you very much, Gabriel. Looking forward.
Okay, thank you very much, José. Good afternoon to you all. Welcome to our final part of this excellent forum, and this session will be about the future of S3 and the European Union strategic autonomy for competitiveness. In this session, we will explore how smart specialization strategies are evolving and how they can contribute to Europe's long-term competitiveness, resilience, and strategic autonomy. And our panel brings together different perspectives from national governments, regional authorities, academia, and the European Commission. So trying to reflect on the diversity of approaches to S3 across Europe. And so their presentations illustrate the variety of challenges and opportunities, from Finland's experience in strengthening innovation in ecosystems to Ireland's multi-level S3 governance models, the implementation dynamics in the North region of Portugal, the comparative evidence on S3 governance and capacity, and the links between S3 and transformative innovation policies at the European Union level. I would like to ask our distinguished panel to join me here. Petra Stanford is online, and Hogan is here, please. António Cunha, Liliana Fonseca, and David Maganha. Oh, sorry. Paul Sanches. I'm sorry, Paul. So I will invite each speaker to deliver a presentation of 12 to 15 minutes, and after all presentations we will open the floor for questions from the audience, and if time permits we may also include a couple of additional broader questions to the panel. So with no further delay, I would like to pass the floor to our first speaker, who is online. Petra Stanford is Chief Specialist at the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Employment of Finland. And so with no further delay, please, Petra.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much for inviting me here. Can you hear me properly? Yes.
Yes, perfect.
Okay, I'm sorry I'm not able to participate there. I'm not sure how the weather there is, but we have a tiny layer of snow here in southern Finland now, so the winter is approaching. And I will just shortly tell you some experiences of smart specialization that we have in Finland, and the role that it has developed, and also some challenges we are recognizing and hoping to maybe solve in the future. The Finnish government has to goal to raise our R&D expenditure to 4% of GDP by 2030, and the public sector should have 1/3 of this share, and company share should be 2/3. And this aims to accelerate sustainable economic growth and strengthen the competitiveness and increase productivity, which we are actually at the moment lagging behind. aim is also to renew businesses and society and to promote socially, economically, and ecologically sustainable growth. This is like the basis for funding all the welfare society functions, so very important. At the same time, we can see that these are actually similar goals that we have on regional development measures and funding, and thus we see that smart specialization concept is actually like in the merging point of these two policy areas, R&D policy, innovation policy, and regional policy. So this smart specialization has provided the framework within the regions can advance their strategic planning and choices on R&D. The challenge here is that we have really significant regional disparities in R&D activities. Actually, many regions in Finland remain at the level of 1990s in the funding of R&D, and they are really far from the target that would be 4%. The best situation is in capital region. There's a large share of R&D activity concentrated in the Helsinki metropolitan area and other university cities. And the majority of R&D expenditure and personnel is located in Uusimaa, which is the capital region. But also other top regions that are actually the largest university cities and their surrounding regions, they are not developing their level of R&D funding so much from the 1990s either. So they should also be faster in increasing the level of this funding. And it is quite clear that we have huge difficulties in achieving the national targets is if most of the regions underperform this funding of R&D. So we need to look what is happening in different parts of country and understand what is needed there. The role of smart specialization comes very important here. It actually highlights that the regions are important actors in national innovation systems and makes it visible that it's actually the regional and local level where innovation ecosystems emerge, and they have a greater impact from research and innovation activities. And this has also been means to identify these ecosystems regionally and to gain national attention to these ecosystems. They also enable experimentation pilot activities within regions and support these growth of ecosystems. Mainly, this work is done by utilizing EU's regional and structural policy funding, but increasingly also by other funding sources, such as Horizon Europe and some national instruments. But we see that the place-based roots of smart specialization and it's strongly based on regional strengths is really important in enhancing R&D structures in different regions. I just glimpsed through this picture. You don't have to pay attention to the numbers here. It's just to show that I have some numbers here as well. But we are funding the smart specialization from all these funds, not only ERDF, but also ESF Plus and JDF. And of course, the main source is ERDF. But you see the themes that we are funding in Finland. These are regionally prioritized themes, and this is of course a categories because we have 18 regions and they all have different priorities. But you can see that the most often funded projects are on digitalization and new technologies. Secondly, there are low carbon material efficiency and bio and circular economy. And then again, renewable energy and fuels, energy efficiency, energy storage. So very accurate and up-to-date themes that are funded here, and also important when you consider the strategic autonomy agenda. Key successes from our experiences, we think that actually because more than 60% of ERDF funding is going to the smart specialization priorities and also about 50% of JTF funding. So this is actually having an impact. So regions have vitally aimed to direct funding toward their own priority areas, and it is influencing the development in the regions. There are also regional differences here because we have different funding frameworks. For example, southern and western Finland regions have a lower share of ERDF, so they actually have a higher share of S3 priorities in their funded projects because they don't have extra money to fund other projects, only the clearly prioritized ones. But also this process of making S3 strategies has established and strengthened regional networks, regional cooperations. They are working with different stakeholders regularly. They are evaluating their work. They eventually they are also succeeding in building up ecosystems, and to some extent this is also helped for cross-regional and international networking, and there is still some development that can be done, I think, in especially the cross-regional cooperation and networking. We could emphasize even more. I'm not going to go through the governance we have. I'm just mentioning that we have a little bit variation there as well within the regions on the time scale. And actually at the moment, all the regions are doing their regional programs. So most of them are same time updating their smart specialization strategies. Challenges we have recognized is that we might have more coordinated structure, so it would probably benefit the regions and also the national policy if we had a more coordinated structure here. So there exists a peer network of regional smart specialization actors, but at national level, there are no coordinating agency. In the ministry, we are, of course, monitoring what's happening. We are communicating with the regions. We are following up their regional development programs that include the smart specialization strategies. But we have recognized that it might be beneficial to have more combined meetings and more discussion and maybe even more common rules, etc. Also, all the synergies of other EU funding instruments are not always materialized. There can be developed further there, and it's really challenging to monitor what's happening in smart specialization. How are we achieving the targets, and how are we measuring what is happening? And this is a challenge both at the regional level and at the national level. And leading from the challenges, we have recognized the points for development. So improved national coordination, maybe regular meetings or forums, making the regional priorities more visible. So visibility in national policy and also to partners. Also, seeing the dialogue between the regional priorities and national priorities. Should they have a more intense dialogue with each other? How do they align? So this could require more work, I think, and also a courage to act with long-term perspective. So to extend our time horizons a bit. Big picture is the most important thing to formulate. What are the current and future companies at the center? And do we have any blind spots that we are not understanding as our priorities? Do we have overlaps of priorities? The future of smart specialization, we see that, and it has been recognized in Finland as a very important tool for both regional policy and innovation policy, and especially for combining these two perspectives. The continuation is possible within the new NRP regulation, but there are no earmarking for this purpose. In principle, we are supporting the flexible in NRP, but we haven't widely discussed the future of smart specialization yet. So to my opinion, I think that if the regions see the value added of this smart specialization, the strategy, the communication within the regions, so it's likely to continue. Hopefully it will continue, but in general, this is a general note. Usually if no funding is allocated to something, activities tend to gradually fade away. But let's see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Petra, for giving us the Finland's experience. And so, without further delay, I pass the floor to Enda Hogan, who is Assistant Director at the Southern Regional Assembly in Ireland, where he leads the European Union Programs Division.
Thanks, and good evening, everybody. And firstly, I'd like to thank you for inviting me here to your beautiful city and your beautiful country. I'm a regular visitor to Portugal as a tourist, so I love coming here. I'm going to just structure my presentation, I suppose, just... sorry, this is the clicker, yeah? Have I the right one? Is this one, yeah? Okay, that was the pointer. That's it, yeah. One slide. That would be popular. It's up and down, yeah? That's it, or maybe too long.
We need technical support for...
Please. Oh, okay. Okay, we're good. Yes, okay, excellent. So look, I'll try and be as quick as I can. I'm going to give you just a quick introduction to who the Southern Regional Assembly are. I'm going to talk about some I suppose, some differences between Ireland and Portugal for context when you're considering, I suppose, our experience. I'll talk a little bit about smart specialisation in Ireland and how it's structured and how it's delivered. And then I'll go on to how it influences the design of our ERDF regional programme, and then speak briefly to the future of S3. So, the Southern Regional Assembly. I understand you don't have regional government in Portugal, and in some ways we don't either, or we sometimes say we've regional government with a small g. You have national government, and that has about, 50,000 civil servants working in it. So that's really where the power and the resources are. And I suppose in terms of democracy, the people are directly elected to our national government. Then you have 31 local authorities around Ireland, and they have about 30,000 employees, and they do a lot of the work in the local municipalities. And they also have directly elected members at a local level in the local elections. And sitting in the middle are 3 regional assemblies, and we have very defined functions. We do have a democratic piece. We have elected members who are nominated to our assembly by the local authorities. So each of the local authorities in our region would nominate a number of elected members to sit at a regional level on our regional assembly. So we have 3 regional assemblies, and we are one of the 3 regional assemblies in Ireland. The Southern Regional Assembly is the red and orange area at the bottom there. So we're at the bottom counties of Ireland. We're also one of 2 ERDF managing authorities in Ireland. So if you go back a little bit, there were 2 NUTS, 2 regions in Ireland, and 2 managing authorities for ERDF. And while we now have 3 NUTS, 2 regions, we still, I suppose, the capacity was there. So our organisation is the ERDF managing authority for 2 of the regions. So our colleagues in the Northwest manage a programme for their region, and we manage a programme that covers both our region and our colleagues in the Eastern and Midland region. And sorry, just maybe to mention the scale of funding there. If I go back, I seem to be going forward. Let's see, can I go back? Yeah, just to mention the funding. Our programme is about 663 million in total expenditure, so it's nearly 3 times the size of the one for the Northwest. Okay, so our core functions in the Regional Assembly, we do regional, spatial and economic planning. So we have a team of professional planners who are involved in as I say, the spatial planning, but also the economic planning for the region, usually on a 12-year framework. And we publish that plan, and then we review it after 6 years. We're involved in EU programme management, so I mentioned the ERDF regional programme, but we'd also be the national contact point for several Interreg programmes as well. And then we have a general role around regional leadership and coordination, so working with the local authorities in our region, making that link between local and national, and also with Europe. But we're a small team, so to give you some context here, we have 35 elected members sitting on our assembly, and we only have 45 staff working in our organisation, and that has grown actually quite a bit in recent years. So, we're limited in what we can do, and a lot of what we do is about working with others and working through others. So I thought I'd just I have 3 slides here just to show some particular differences between Ireland and Portugal in terms of having some context for the discussion here today. Firstly, just to mention the size of the ERDF regional programmes, or rather the investment for jobs and growth programmes, which is ERDF and ESF and Just Transition Fund. I think if I'm reading this right, it's 31 million in Portugal in this programming period, and it's 2.1, sorry, not billion, excuse me, and 2.1 billion in Ireland. So, the investment, there's a sizable difference, I suppose, in terms of investment. And I mention that just because it just means that the influence we have in terms of RD&I policy in Ireland is lesser because it's less important in the overall scheme of things. And also, again, for context, in terms of the Recovery and Resilience Programme, again, there's a huge difference. I think I'm looking at it, 22 billion in Portugal, and it was 1.1 billion in Ireland. We were one of the lowest funded programmes in Europe for that. And maybe just last, in terms of strategic autonomy, I think it's just worth pointing out in terms of our export market. So you'll see there Ireland exports 33% of our exports are to the US. So we are highly integrated into the supply chains because of all the American foreign direct investment in Ireland. And I suppose to picture that for yourselves, like, you know, we have a lot of the biggest IT companies are headquartered, American IT companies. We have, I think, about 6,000 people working in Apple in Cork. We'd have over 5,000 people working in Google in Dublin, and about the same working in Intel in Kildare. So that's, you know, the multinational corporations' presence in Ireland has a big impact on I suppose, a lot of the statistics that you'll see about Ireland as well. So smart specialisation in Ireland, what does it look like? If you go back, I know colleagues talked about the introduction of S3 in ERDF regional programmes and cohesion funding. For the 1420 programme, we relied on an exercise that was carried out in 2012, which was called the National Research Prioritisation Exercise. And within that exercise, we identified these 14 areas that we were going to focus our investment in research. So that particular exercise would have relied on a lot of the elements that you'll see in S3 around. I'm not sure how strong it was on entrepreneurial discovery, if I'm honest, but it certainly there was a lot of stakeholder consultation involved and a lot of horizon scanning. And that particular, I suppose, exercise then was refreshed a little bit later in 2018. And there's actually not a whole lot of difference between those two, between those 14. If I skipped between those, you'd see that there are just some slight changes in wording. Roll on then to the new programming period, and we have a national S3 strategy. So that's at the NUTS 1 level. Within that, then you have regional chapters that are at that NUTS 2 level that we operate at as regional assemblies. And then at the NUTS 3 level, we have what are called regional enterprise plans. So there are 9 of those, three per region. So there are 3 in the southern region, 3 in the eastern and midland region, and 3 in the northwest region. And those regional enterprise plans have the regional enterprise committees that would involve enterprises. You know, they're typically chaired by enterprises at a local level, and then they would have participation from local enterprise, from local universities, and from ourselves. We would sit on all of those as well. So we're the link between the national S3 and the regional enterprise plans at NUTS 3 level. Just to give you an idea what the national S3 looks like, you can see for the 3 different regions there's quite a bit of overlap. You'll see common technology areas across those 3 regions, but some are a little bit unique from one region to another. And they're quite broad, and I know that was mentioned earlier in some of the S3 strategies. They're quite broad, and some of them, they're not, I suppose in terms of self-reflection, I think they could be more... there could be a stronger methodology behind this, and I think it's something we need to look at. But having said that, you'll see a huge amount of deep tech technology sectors called out there. The implementation relies on this pyramid again of national, regional, and sub-regional. So we have a national implementation group that meets twice a year. We then have, I suppose, at a regional level, we have an ongoing dialogue, and then at the NUTS 3 level, you have more regular meetings of those regional enterprise committees. We also have developed what we call a regional development monitor. So the regional assemblies, at a broader level, we've identified this need for regional data because it's often lacking in some of the national data that gets published. And if the regional data isn't available, then a lot of, I suppose, the regional disparities get hidden in national level data. So one of the things we've been trying to do at a regional level is to try and make sure that we I suppose, gain access to and we publish that regional data on a dashboard that we call the Regional Development Monitor. And within that now we have identified some indicators that might help us to monitor the success or otherwise of S3. So I have a link to it there. It's quite a lot of these are pulling data that's available at a European level. Some of it's pulling data that's published at a national level, and then some of it isn't readily available, but we've I suppose negotiated access to that to have it published. So how does it influence our regional programs? Well, we have 3 priorities, and I similar to Petra's presentation from Finland, we have to invest over 55% of our funding into Policy Objective 1, and everything we do under Policy Objective 1, we link it to S3. So that's this priority that we call smarter and more competitive regions. We work with intermediate bodies. So I mentioned we have a small team. So we work with 3 national agencies, Enterprise Ireland, who would be probably the closest to yourselves here, the National Innovation Agency here in Portugal. Enterprise Ireland work exclusively with Irish indigenous companies. We have another agency that works with on foreign direct investment with the multinational corporations and other overseas companies. So we work with Enterprise Ireland on 4 of the schemes. And then we work with the Higher Education Authority, who manage a lot of the investment in our universities and in our technological universities. And then we work with Research Ireland, which was formerly known as Science Foundation Ireland. And they are very much focused on research within our university sector. So we have 8 schemes under our current programme, and 6 of those are under Policy Objective 1. And I have a link there to those schemes, but one of the features you'll see under our current programme is that most of what we do is around building capacity within our universities. So look, quickly, S3 has informed all of these things, programme design and scheme design, but really where it has its most impact is around the selection of operations. And that's, we've built that into every call to make sure that it reflects S3. I mentioned just the midterm review because this maybe has the strongest link with strategic autonomy. We are bringing in some changes in our programme. We're going to have new schemes looking at step-aligned Seal of Excellence projects. We'll have new step-aligned programmes around needs-led innovation, and we're introducing a pilot action to support regional innovation valleys. So I'm conscious of time. Just to say on the future of S3, look, we're in the fortunate position that we have a strong, I suppose, scoring on the regional innovation scoreboard. One of the regions is an innovation leader, one is a strong innovator plus, and another a strong innovator. So, and we see progress and progression there. So that's very positive. And is it down to S3? Then is the question. And that's very hard to answer. And again, I noticed that with Petra's presentation. We have a lot of policy documents and a lot of, I just picked a selection of them there, but we have national policy, RD&I policy that's very strong, and we have a lot of different sectoral policies that are also very strong. And some of them reference S3 and many of them don't. So it's very difficult to know exactly what's contributing to that progress and that performance. I'll finish just there with a brief kind of a SWOT analysis that we did. Just to mention some of the strengths. Look, it does bring a unique regional perspective to the conversations that we have and at the conversations that are being held within, say, those national research and enterprise agencies. There's a better approach to stakeholder consultation, we believe, because of S3. And the National Implementation Group itself brings together some of these bodies and organisations that might otherwise not come together. Yeah. So I'm going to finish it with that just to say, look, I'd welcome any questions, but I've also included a lot of links within the presentation. So I'd be very happy for you to have a look at the information and to follow up with questions afterwards. And with that, go with Mila Markowitz, Muito obrigado. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Wenda, for taking exactly the given time. So it was perfect. And thank you also for sharing with us the Ireland's multi-level S3 governance model. And now I pass the floor to Paulo Santos, who is currently head of division for strategic planning and regional development at CCDR Norte, which is the Regional Coordination and Development Commission of the North of Portugal. Please.
Well, thank you. Well, good afternoon. Let me start by thanking to the National Innovation Agency for the invitation to this forum, and also for this team that is quite important as we are now in a turning point regarding the negotiation about the new MEFF, and also for selecting the Porto City for this event. For me, it's a pleasure, naturally, to share with you the progress of our North Region Smart Specialization Strategy, giving a more operational side of this, more practical, what we have done in the implementation of this strategy, and also to share with you some reflections regarding the future of this strategy. For me, this slide is easy to present because some of the previous speakers already concluded some of these main messages that we like to share with you. So we are very aligned with this message. And the first one is that innovation is a key driver of productivity. This is very important because it highlights why innovation is important. The Draghi report mentioned that. And so we must, the innovation policies are very important to aim to increase the productivity, to increase the competitiveness of the regions and the countries. The second message that we already heard today is that Europe faces two major challenges. One, we have an innovation gap compared to US and China, but we have also a very internal gap regarding the territorial disparities in the European Union regarding the innovation performance. Another message is that the innovation policy has evolved from a linear science and technology policy to a more innovation system, to a more systematic innovation, and now we are reaching to a transformative innovation. And this type of innovation demands for the government and for the public administration to play a central role in coordination innovation system, in correcting market and system failures, and also in promoting mission-oriented priorities, transitions. So my last message regarding these first key points is that the regional level matters due to proximity, knowledge, spillovers, and place-based exits, which calls for a different approach tailored to regional characteristics. Well, before entering in more detail what were the implementation of our smart specialization strategy, I'd like to highlight some of the smart specialization principles. There are many that already referred. We're talking about a place-based innovation agenda. We're talking about prioritization, limited concentration of priorities. Another important principle is the entrepreneurial discovery process, okay? That is definition of priorities involving the regional stakeholders. I would like also to highlight a very important one regarding governance. The existence of an autonomous governance model is crucial for the success of the smart specialization strategy. And the last one, the maximization of policy impact. This is what is the ultimate goal. It's not more complexity, it's not more bureaucracy, to have more important policy, more impact from our policy, innovation policy. Regarding our smart specialization strategy, these are the 8 priority domains that we have in our strategy. The 4 in the middle are very connected with our strong industrial base associated to fashion, to mobility, to advanced manufacturing systems, to agri-food sector. And we have also 4 more priority domains related to health, tourism, sea economy, and the digital transition. As I was referred, the connection between cohesion policy and smart specialization strategy because of this enable condition. But the enable condition is not the smart specialization strategy, it's the governance of the smart specialization strategy. And for the European Commission, we have to fulfill 7 criteria, continuous fulfill the 7 criteria to be considered a smart specialization strategy during program period. This is the 7-1 criteria. The first one is to have an update analysis of the innovation performance. The second one is to have a governance model active. The third one is to have a good monitoring and evaluation system. The fourth one is to have an entrepreneurial discovery process active. 5 is to have a capacity building actions. In the 6th one, to have actions for the industrial transition, and for North region is very important because one of the most industrialized regions at Europe. And final, that was very discussed here today, is international cooperation issue. Now I will present to each one of these criteria what we in our North region smart specialization strategy we have been doing. First, we have completed some studies, some analysis, and the first one is about the characterization of the regional smart value chains. We are now ending at an analysis of North region innovation performance, but we have still now some analysis that we intend that are in progress, and we intend to develop it. Some related to the retail assessment of that smart value chains that we have identified. International trade analysis, access prior to domains to cross what is the performance of our region in international trade related to our smart specialization prior to domains. And an assessment of sectoral occupations at risk regarding all the global change that we are facing. In what concerns governance, we have activated our governance model. To give you an idea, this involves almost 300 institutions. We have through 2 main bodies, the North Regional Innovation Council, and for each one of those 8 Pareto domains, we have regional smart specialization platforms. Another important issue regarding governance is the multi-level articulation that we have with the other regional strategy and with the national smart specialization strategy. We have a technical committee we all participate, and this is where there occurs the multi-level articulation. And finally, we have naturally a close articulation with our management of the North 2030 authority, because it's where is the only financial instrument that we have to implement our strategy. And we have a lot of instruments that have S3-related conditions. And at this moment, in that instruments, we have launched 72 calls, namely for support science and technology, R&D for companies and innovation for companies, and we have a pool of around 1,500 projects with 445 million euros in funding. Regarding monitoring and evaluation, we have concluded, because it's the second smart specialization strategy, but we have a final report of our previous smart specialization strategy. We have developed a digital observatory website. That is, you have here the address. We have every year to do an annual monitoring report to the European Commission, demonstrate that we are fulfilling these conditions. And we have now launched a tender, and we hope to start in the beginning of next year. A very important issue is to measure the impact of the Portugal 2020 instruments in the implementation of our strategy. Regarding the entrepreneurial discovery process, we have launched several EDP, one for technology infrastructure, another for scientific infrastructure, integrated R&D projects with our regional association of universities, and also with our regional association of applied universities. And we have several of smart specialization capacity building for our technological platforms. This table is just to give you an idea of the result of our EDP regarding the technology infrastructure. So what we have reached to the identification of what are the thematic areas of that industrial technologies in each one of our industries level of North region. And so just to give you an idea what was the process. It was a long process, okay? It was the first one. But this is, I think, a very interesting experience, what should be an entrepreneurial discovery process. Regarding capacity building, we have done a characterization, a mapping of our regional innovation system network. It's, in case of North region, it's very dense, it's very complex. We have also contracted a study of benchmarking with other smart specialization strategy governance models. But one of our biggest objectives of our smart specialization strategy is also to promote the cohesion of our regional innovation system. You can see in that map is where are located the entities of our regional smart specialization strategy, science and technological system. And most of them are located in the coastal area and where we have more economic activity. So we have a big imbalance of the territorial distribution of our institutions. So we are now going to start with an initiative that we call local innovation missions at nursery level, that is exactly to try to improve our balance in what concerns and enlarge our territorial economic development base, aligned with that, the missions, and translate that mission in the territorial priorities. Regarding industrial transition, as was referred previously, the programs are being reviewed. We have a midterm review, and in case of North, we have submitted recently a program amendment. But regarding the industrial transition, we will have two new objectives, the STEP objectives, and also a dedicated objective for the industrial capabilities in the area of defense. We have also going to develop two studies, one exactly to map at regional level what are the critical technology that we have for industrial transition related with the STEP initiative, and also a study on sustainable decarbonization practice. Last, regarding the international cooperation, this is one of the things that we have most success in our smart specialization strategy, was the international cooperation. We have several actions regarding this issue, and this is basically how we structured the intervention in our international cooperation. First one, we have cross-border joint strategy, smart specialization strategy with our neighbor Spanish ravens of Galicia, of Spanish Galicia region and the Castilla y León region. It's also very important with European networks to participate, and for us it's very important, the Vanguard initiative. We have developed inclusive financial instruments in the context of this initiative called V-Innovate, which is very important. The leverage of participation of North actors in European Commission direct management is very important. The participation in Horizon Europe is strategic and will be more strategic because in the next programming period will be double of the budget. So we are developing a series of actions in that concerns. The capacity building also to participate in territorial cooperation programs. And finally, it's very important is the synergies between the regional program and other European programs. We have worked a lot in the issue. It's not easy, but we have already some interesting experience. And if you want to see that experience, this was the last working group paper that we integrate. It's a scope working group dedicated to the international collaboration. And we have a lot of good practice that are identified from different regions regarding this international cooperation. And we have several from the North region, and I invite you to read this working paper. So finally, my final reflections and messages. Well, the first one is related to for the future, okay, from our experience and what we think it should be improved and guaranteed. First is prioritization and granularity. This is, I think someone referred to the European Court of Auditors report, and this is the first recommendation is related with the granularity of our priorities. So naturally you have to have the right level of granularity, but should be adapted to each scale of intervention. In our opinion, we should have a broader granularity in what concerns the strategic level, and when we develop the EDP is where you should have a more detailed granularity. This is the first message. The second one regards monitoring and evaluation. We need to improve this issue because S3 requires stronger and more systematic monitoring tools capable of capturing the results. And we need to improve the information system. We have a lot of in Portugal. The National Innovation Agency is also working on that. I was very happy to see in the intervention of Andrea the text mining, which I think is we have a good potential of AI tools to improve our monitoring and our evaluation. The international cooperation we have to continue to support is one of the most interesting results of smart specialization. But the question of synergy between programs, we have to improve. The regulations are very difficult to merge, and so, but we have to work on that. The governance, we have also to improve and consolidate what we have reached till now, the governance model. We have a difficult that is, and everybody has, is one thing is the governance model of smart specialization, another thing is the governance model of the cohesion funds, of the regional program, and they are sometimes not aligned. And so this is very important to have a better alignment, because without the governance model of the regional program aligned, it's difficult to implement what we have decided in the smart specialization governance model. Territorial cohesion, as I explained, our objective is to have a smart specialization strategy, but to have a balanced regional innovation system. We have a lot of activities, and we should improve that activities. In our case, in North region, is one of the biggest challenge. And naturally, ending the question of financing, and this is related to the next multi-level framework program. We need to continue to have a strong and broader set of financial tools at regional level. For us, S3 should remain a prerequisite for the use of funds. I don't know if it is an enabling condition, but should there have any kind of prerequisite, which is particularly important in highly centralized countries, as in Portugal, where EU funds are the only financial resource available at regional level for implementing the innovation policy. And so, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Paul, for bringing us this presentation about the implementation of dynamics and governance of S3 in the North region of Portugal. And so I now invite to make a presentation Liliana Fonseca, who is Research Associate at the European Policies Research Center. Please, Liliana.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you as well for the invitation from Annie to present today. Boa tarde. I'll be speaking on behalf of also EPRC, the European Policies Research Center, which is based in Glasgow and in Delft. I've written this report together with another colleague of mine, Rachel McGuire, and I'll present it today. So this report was produced within a network called IQNet that exists since the 90s now. It has been created by EPRC, but it couldn't exist without the support of other managing authorities throughout Europe. So these are our partners. The Southern Regional Assembly in Ireland is one of our partners, as well as here in Portugal, we have partnership with ADC. And also have partnership in all these countries that you can see here. So we provide advisory support, and every 6 months we do an analysis of progress in the implementation of structural funds, as well as thematic analysis on particular themes that our partners are interested in. So this research specifically was done about a year ago on the progress in terms of governance that has been done within smart specialization and these different managing authorities. So I'm not going to go too much into why smart specialization, because it has been talked a lot today, but I will emphasize perhaps some of the things that have been said before. So in particular, we have here the Draghi report and competitiveness compass, 2 quotes that I think exemplify that Europe, while it has world-class research capacity, it struggles nonetheless to convert it into commerciable, scalable, and strategically autonomous value chains. So why is that? That's something that's been talked about a lot today, but I'm just going to say a little bit about why S3 could be then a way to progress this. So S3 specifically has focused, of course, on the strengths of particular regions. That's why it includes prioritization. We can see here, of course, there's an even capacity. So when we consider the prioritization of in these particular advantage areas, let's say, we are hoping that there will be further cohesion between these regions, that we reduce the disparities. And then, of course, we have strategic sectors, and then hopefully we have complementarity between them and between regions, allowing for more cooperation between the different regions so that Europe as a whole can be more of an innovation leader in the world. Now, while S3 in the previous period, 2014-2020, began more, let's say, as a prioritization tool or coordination tool, we see it more and more being operationalized and institutionalized for more resilience and strategic autonomy specifically. So we see it also as a capacity building tool. So we need to build the capacities within these regions, within these managing authorities, to then potentially deliver on these innovation goals. And on this particular regional vision for these places. So as was mentioned in just the last presentation, we have different fulfillment criteria that we analyze within this report. I'm not going to focus on all of it, but there is a link at the end of my slides that you can then use to access the report if you want to. Just to highlight, can I use this? Yes, just to highlight, like most of these fulfillment criteria, they are focused on capacity building still. So we see actions necessary to improve national or regional research and innovation systems, enhancing cooperations with partners. So it's all focused on building these capacities for supposedly, even if in the future we have another innovation policy within Europe, the capacities are there to make sure that we can deliver on them. So some of the key research findings that we have. Well, in terms of the governance structure that we have in each of these places that we analyze, so throughout different countries, these are, of course, variable. So you have national governance structures, regional, hybrid sometimes. But as we saw, like, it doesn't necessarily matter in terms of the governance structure that you have. It matters whether these structures can actually deliver on what they set out, whether these roles are well defined, whether each of these different levels know what they have to do. So we have, for example, some examples here. So as Enda mentioned, in Ireland, it's a bit more national in terms of the structure for delivering S3. And we have then different countries that have more integrated approaches between national and regional levels, like Portugal, and then in Finland we have regional S3 frameworks. So good S3 management systems have also iterative adjustments. And so what does this mean? It just means that you have a sort of feedback loop. It means that the process is continuous, but then once you find a gap, you kind of try to learn, potentially with your entrepreneurial stakeholders, you try to learn what is actually missing, and then you go back, you adjust the strategy, and then you carry on with this new adapted strategy. So that is one thing that we've also seen across our partners. Some of them have more iterative processes than others. Some weaknesses that we found, they are more visible in coordination across levels. So what does this mean? I think it was mentioned here before as well. So while maybe it's the national level that has a lot of competences in terms of the S3 role, are they actually talking to the regional and local levels to make sure that there is alignment and there is delivery and implementation at those levels as well? So that's where we found more weaknesses. In terms of actual participation, so we see this improving actually throughout all the managing authorities that we analyze. So what does this mean is that there has been quite a lot more continuous stakeholder processes. So it's not just punctual ones, but there have been initiatives to carry them out throughout the whole implementation period of S3. However, depth and continuity, these are uneven, of course. So you have authorities with more capacity to implement this than others. Some of these processes are also more formalized in some places than others. So that's been also talked about in some of the examples here before. So I won't go too much into this. But some of the most interesting things that I can highlight are related to who is actually being involved in these processes. So we see a lot more civil society, technology sector, businesses, and SMEs being included specifically. In terms of their influence, that is debatable. That would be something that we'd have to further analyze in terms of interviews with them, but we've mostly stuck with the managing authorities. We've also seen sometimes the stakeholder processes or the ADPs, they're not just, let's say, more general in theme. Sometimes they are very specific now in terms of their thematic approach. So I think that's actually quite good to kind of move forward some of these strategies. We also see the engagement sometimes can be project cycle driven. So even though, okay, we do have more continuous processes, sometimes they're quite limited in terms of the actual, the project cycle itself. So the timeline of a particular project, imagine if it's 2 years, and then if the project ends, no more engagement. And then meaningful engagement tends to be strongest where institutionalized platforms exist. So some of these can be informal, let's say, but when they are institutionalized, then that can actually lead to more productive engagement throughout. And that's just because we can, when these structures are in place, the stakeholders know who to contact. They know the spaces that can actually be inserted in. So that's quite useful. We've seen this across places like Poland, Ireland, Finland. So, and if you want to ask more questions later to the actual stakeholders, maybe you can. So in terms of, I mixed it up a little bit here, put some data from both financial implementation and monitoring findings. You have, well, the evolution of these also really varies. In terms of, let's say, the financial implementation specifically, we have integrating and embedding funding streams. This can maximize impacts. So by this, I mean not just funding from one particular pot. You have maybe different fundings being integrated. But it is difficult when regulatory complexity collides with limited administrative resources. What this means is that the processes tend to be really complex to integrate these different funding streams. So you have to make sure the priorities are aligned. You have to make sure that application processes are aligned. So it is quite difficult to integrate them, and not all regional authorities will have capacity to do this, or even national authorities sometimes. So that's why there's still some silos, let's say. In terms of monitoring, the evolution of these systems, it kind of demonstrates that these mechanisms are becoming more dynamic and adaptive, and they can foster more continuous improvement, like I said, in terms of the iterative nature or the feedback loops that we've seen across some of these regions. In Finland, for example, that was one of the good examples that we could pull out from the data. But of course, this could be strengthened. So sometimes monitoring, the data is not perfect like we've seen before. There's different things that we can still do to make sure that it's more strengthened. So we have some challenges in monitoring, like it says here. So integrating indicators into wider frameworks, making sure the efficient data is extracted, and capturing shift in dynamics, especially in a very ever-changing, ever-in-crisis world. Now, in terms of cooperation and connecting different programs, there's a lot more integration of S3 within domestic programs. Portugal is an example of this. And there's also some collaboration with European programs. So in multiple cases, regions show interest in I3, Interreg, and European platforms, but so capacity and partnership building sometimes still constrains or limits participation, and I'll go a little bit more into this. But just to say that in Portugal, for example, I thought it was a good case to highlight as well. There's expected synergy types between S3 and Horizon Europe, and these include different sequential combinations like upstream and downstream. So there's very intricate and complex ways that these programs are being integrated. There's also alternative financing, so combined with the use of funds, combined use of funds, so a combination of funding from Horizon Europe and structural funds, integrated R&I projects, and I think these are quite innovative ways to make sure that we're not overlapping, and we're not doing the same work over and over again, but just really pulling all the capacity that we can. Now, some challenges still persist with this, so of course, capacity to engage. It's a constant across different themes, regulatory barriers as well, strategic priority, misalignment. But there's still some benefits in trying to integrate these programs together. So innovation diffusion, so just trying to make sure that, the potential innovation ideas, products or prototypes, that they are also not just pooling in one particular region, sector, they are kind of being used throughout different areas. They can pool resources and knowledge, like I said, not overlapping, and it can foster like ongoing development of tools and initiatives. So just some conclusions. I wanted to highlight some of the good things and some of the bad things as well. So we have engagement, which is formalized and increasingly inclusive. Like I mentioned, for example, with civil society and SMEs being increasingly integrated in the EDP and monitoring. It's also further structured and iterative, so it seems that regions have kind of, learned as they went and have found ways that work, and they're trying to operationalize them more efficiently. There's monitoring and evaluation support in terms of feedback loops for adaptive strategy making, experience of learning by doing, like I mentioned, which has improved implementation. However, there's also need for more capability-focused support, and this is not just for the actual stakeholders that are being involved, but also for the managing authorities themselves. And this is not just also focused on prioritization, but other types of skills, intermediaries, project preparation, etc. We've also noticed there's like insufficient translation from strategy into more investable pipeline. So by this is kind of what has been said in the competitiveness compass in the Draghi report. So there's these good ideas, they're all in the strategy, good visions, but sometimes they're not operationalized in a way that can be, materialized for actual innovation, like prototypes, for example, or pilots. Interregional cooperation as well is promoted. It's quite heavily promoted now, not just in terms of the actual vision for S3, but also within the individual programs, within the managing authorities, and has been also mentioned in North, which has been doing a lot into interregional cooperation. However, it does require active facilitation, and this is not always easy for the managing authorities, the smaller ones, the ones that don't have maybe as many resources. And so it requires some more active amount of work, perhaps even to make sure that we are complementing with the regions that will allow for more capacity, like Boschma said today. And lastly, there's a focus on the continued alignment between different programs, whether it be domestic, EU, but also mission-oriented instruments. I will end here because I think it kind of segues into your presentation in mission orientation. So thank you very much, everyone. And if you want to look at the report, you can email me as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Liliana, for the perfect time. And we've shifted from these first the three examples of regions, and now we have this broader perspective on or comparative evidence of S3 governance and capacity. And so now I pass the floor to David Magagna, who works at the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, where he leads the team working on the preparatory action, innovation for place-based transformation. Please, David.
Thank you, Gabriel. Thank you, everyone. I'm very conscious I'm the last person between you and the networking cocktails, so I'll try to be very long so that you're going to enjoy the drinks better later. While we are waiting for the slides, hopefully they're coming up. Let's see. But so while I'm buying time that the PowerPoint opens up, I'll try to connect, I think, one thing. Andrea and I are in the same unit, but I am the Robin to Batman, okay? In the sense that he does a lot of the economic assessment through the modeling, and the work that we are going to do, I'm going to present, a lot of it is about transformative innovation policy, and a lot of the work is a lot more qualitative. And it stems from us going beyond the research boundaries of what used to S3. And so to me, everything that has been said in the past 8 hours, it's very new because I'm an engineer as a background. I actually used to work on everything apart from on innovation policy, but very much focused on energy. And I think then when I saw also the presentation of Paolo, and I hope that I'll be able to link and close the day with things that is more about experimentation, about trying new things rather than coming back with data and evidence of what can work. So what I'm going to do is, in this presentation, I'll try to set a bit the scene on why we want to work on transformative innovation policy, what they are, then how we are working through the preparatory action on designing policy experimentation for future-proof policies, and then how do we link it back, because at the end, this is the purpose of this panel, to competitiveness, and see if we have space for question or if we skip the question, we just go for drinks. So I started with setting the scenes about transformative innovation policy. And I think here what I want to do is go a bit on the theory on what are innovation policy and understand that we are going into the third frame, what we call the third frame of innovation. So we started in the 50s with R&D regulation. We were giving money to create innovation, very simply. Then the second frame, which is the one that we are working in and in which S3 is very much rooted, is about innovation, national system of innovation, entrepreneurship, so that we create competitiveness also at national level. And we are moving towards the third frame, which is about transformative change. What do we do that? One is we are working, there is a shift in some cases to challenge orientation. This has been reflected in Horizon Europe with the mission, with the 5 Horizon Europe mission. Also because we need to try to widen as much as possible the innovation agenda to go and challenge at times areas that are social, but they're also broad, right? So there are some challenges that we are not able normally to address, or politically we don't want to. That's a different thing. And so we are moving in a way from market system failure. So we look at investing in infrastructure, understanding how do we overcome institutional failures. You can read everything, so I'm going to skip it for the cocktail interest, towards more transformational failures. And here I link, for example, also the first presentation that we had in the afternoon about demand articulation, but also directionality, and we see that in the new MFF discussion, directionality becomes very important, right? And mainly things that keep coming up also when we go more into local, the policy coordination failure. So how do we ensure that from Europe to a town, we actually are able to address the same challenges in the same way? And finally, the one that is more difficult to do is the reflexivity. Like, do we actually think, do we actually understand how we are able to monitor, how do we implement adaptation into it, but also how do we involve new actors in the process, right? So based on all of these, some of the colleagues, I don't take credit for it, but because it's not my work in the end, we actually started to look on the fit, first of all, on how S3, how is S fit for transformative innovation. And we know that S3 has many good advantages, but there are also some parts where we need to address other aspects, mainly the directionality and the sustainability. And again, here might link, and I think Paolo was very eloquent in it, on the mission orientation innovation policy. How do we build that? But also on the conception challenges when we look about addressing local problems and opportunities that might drive forwards, which means that at times the EDP might not be fully equipped or sufficient to understand the challenges that we might go, because we focus very much on what we have now and not on what we are going to have. And therefore, then it can create a sort of series of implementation challenges. Obviously, we have a lot of reports. I think if you are able to read all the reports that have been presented in the last, also just the Irish one, you're going to have a very fantastic Christmas holiday. So leave this for Easter next year. Which means that we need to go towards reimagining a bit S3 to add the transformative innovation, which, again, don't read everything. Might be we need to also start to understand a bit when we're going towards societal challenges. We were discussing at lunch, one of them that is very difficult to tackle is depopulation. Many regions, they have it, and overpopulation, and at times it's very difficult to actually design it through your structure, especially if you're only working on strengths. the whole system transformation that might go towards the sustainability, and again, how do we actually embed sort of sustainability as sort of reflexivity in the work we're doing. So this is, in a way, the theory on why we might need to complement S3 also with transformative design or some of it, because that it can actually helps moving to phase 2 of the presentation, which is what we can do for future-proof policy. So as the JRC, we've been working a lot. Obviously, we've been in the S3 conversation for much. And then we started also to go beyond, because this is our work. It's not only, it's also to prepare anticipation. So we started to work in the past 3-4 years on the Partnership for Regional Innovation playbook. We started to understand how certain regions were operating in moving beyond the S3 as sort. And last year, we published yet again another report, which is a report on 3 reports, kind of like the Bible, a book with many books, where we actually looked at what are the practices that we are doing across Europe to drive transformative innovation policy, which tools can we offer policymakers like you to develop this, but also what aspects are important in it. And so this book is the action book. And based on that, based on the success of working with the regions, working with the Committee of the Regions, the European Parliament asked us to say, can you run this preparatory action? Preparatory action in European Parliament terms is an area where the Parliament asks the Commission to do explorative work on future possible policy actions. So we are running this work now, 2026, up to 2026, 2027. We will feed it back to Parliament for future action. So we are focusing especially on transformative innovation with a place-based dimension, because we are trying to understand here things that innovation that also goes beyond or tries to begins to change the structure or the architecture of the system, but also which meanings that it comes with new business models or new regulation, but even infrastructure and cultural meaning. And it might actually change, in a way, the relations that we might have between consumers and producer, and you can consider them at any level. Obviously, one key point here is the fact that we need to be able to, like all of this work and the activities called innovation for place-based transformation comes with the place at the core. And I think this is something that we'll try to link it back also to what is the place-based dimension of competitiveness, because we know that there are complementarity of approaches to enhance that. On one side, policy as we know them most of the time are written with a sector-based dimension, looking more at legitimacy, new markets, and innovation for competitiveness. But we also know, and I think the presentation before, say that when we are actually working on a place-based dimension with a challenge-based look, then we start to have ownership, directionality. We build multi-level, we are able to integrate multi-level governance, and in a sort of way, the more closer we are to local, we have actionability, the ability to move and to act on things. So these are the things. I'm skipping a lot of slides here, but we are effectively working. We are working at 3 levels. We are working on a basic level, which is called awareness raising. We provide information to a lot of participants on how to do transformative innovation. It's a bread and butter. Then we develop 2 more intensive part of the work. One part is called capacity building, where we are actually working with policymakers, and some are in this room, on building the capacity for transformative innovation. So it's a bit different than the capacity building that, for example, Liam was presenting. And there we have 75 regions across Europe involved. And we are also having 45 regions working on us on experimentation. We are working on 7 challenges. So some of the regions are also from working with us are from Portugal. So on the challenge of increasing global food security, we are working with Azores. We are working with the city of Coimbra, actually, and with Alentejo on the new European Bauhaus, with Norte on the reduction of fossil fuels, and also Algarve is part of our civil circularity work. We chose 7 challenges linked to the new European innovation agenda, but you see that these are very much challenges that they come close. How are we doing this? I think the picture on the left is very self-explanatory. We often spend a lot of time, and I think, again, the first presentation, we have this kind of assumption that we do something and it's a linear outcome, but most of the time, actually, if we see the complexity, the work that is out there. So we especially when it comes to the experimentation, so we are really working with the regions. We ask them, do you have political support? That was the first question to get in. And we asked them to provide a letter of political support. Edna knows because the Southern Assembly is also part of it, because we would like to see that the experimentation that we are doing in our lab then eventually gets out of in the real world. And the only person that can do it is the political leader. Say, yes, I like your idea, let's make it. The second part that we do is we start with a theory of change. And what do we mean with that? We, instead of saying, it's the 1st of January, I'm going to go to the gym, I start with, it's the 31st of December, and I design the person I would like to be in a year time. So I would like to be healthier instead of saying I'm going to go to the gym 20 days. And with that, by understanding I want to be healthier, then you design the action you want to do. Okay? And therefore, then you can understand which policies you need to put in place. And this seems a very basic thing, but it really enables you to think in the complexity rather than the linearity. So some of the experimentation we are doing are based here in Portugal. And these are some of the examples, very, very high level, because some of the work, especially on the new European bylaws, only started recently. But with Norte, we are working on the challenge of the reduction of fossil fuels, which means we are starting to work to understand how we can strengthen the energy system in the region through measures that look at energy efficiency and clean energy. And also that, because we know that a lot of the energy legislation is national, through understanding whether or not we can implement sort of regulatory sandboxes that can actually allow the implementation of this policy. With Azores, I do Coimbra last because I really like the case. We are actually working again on increasing global food security. And the challenge there is about becoming more resource efficient for strengthening the production system of food. And someone already said it before, how important is food in terms of strategic autonomy. And the way they are looking at it, again, is through regulatory sandboxes, but also trying to understand how they can make better use of CAP subsidies to managing the compliance needs and the digitalization process related to it. And finally, with Coimbra, we are working more on a new European Bauhaus approach. So it's our architecture meets urban legislation in a way. It's about sustainability, beauty, and inclusion. And some of the work they want to do is about improving natural paths, so for pedestrian and cyclists in 19 municipalities. So really looking better integration, reforesting of native species, and encouraging also the settlement in rural areas of young people. So kind of creating a bit of a reverse trend of moving back to rural. So these are the examples. And now you're like, okay, you're doing experimentation. How do you bring it back to competitiveness? So this is what I'm going to try to do in the last few slides. What we are doing here is we are mixing two lines of thoughts. On the bottom one is the local experimentation. This is what the local policymaker wants to achieve, right? So it's understanding a challenge, one challenge of the many challenges they are having to build through local activities, whether it is open discovery process, entrepreneurial discovery process, discovery activity, what changes they can make through a transformative innovation approach that can contribute to tackle local challenges. At the same time, because each challenge foresees 4 or 5 regions from across Europe, then through us, we are trying to understand how do we can generate bigger outcome. And that bigger outcome is the contribution to the challenges that we have at a European level, and which this is what we are going to try to bring back to the Parliament, say, hey, we are testing transformative innovation. It can work in conjunction, in complementarity with S3, work in complementarity with other funding to address challenges that at times we are not able to address. So obviously, January 2025, Competitiveness Compass came out, and this is what is driving a lot of the conversation in Brussels and beyond on the current European context. And some of the work we are doing are really much enabling us to contribute to this work. Why? Because still some of the key areas are about closing innovation gap, reducing dependency, decarbonization, competitiveness. So we are actually trying to understand the role of sandboxes for accelerating decarbonization, and not only in Europe, especially with a very strong input to the upcoming European Innovation Act. We are working very much in terms to innovate the agri-food sector, and which has a strong effect directly on the strategic autonomy, but also because in many of these cases we are really really trying to connect the local level with the European level. We are actually trying to test and design how we can work on multi-level approaches, multi-level government approaches, so that we hope that we bring it there closely. So again, North and other case studies, once again, is a very good case, the energy sector, to understand multi-level governance. The region owns the land, the national decide where we put the energy things, and you can understand the conflict very easily. The other one, we know that many problems, and I think again the whole day was about this, many problems are place-based, but most of the solution might come across regional, national, EU level. And therefore we need to kind of find the link, because otherwise the situation that we have is the one on the right, and I think, again, self-explanatory. So I came to the conclusion of our work. We are, because we understand that not everyone likes to read the reports, and many people like to go for a walk. We have even a podcast where we explain some of the work we are doing with the regions. A colleague of Edna is also being interviewed. So, and I think very soon we have a podcast coming out. And that's it. And I hope I've been good in time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, David. I must excuse the speakers because the biography was just the current position, because we had to take we needed time for presentations and questions, and just 45 seconds to say that, like in terms of wrap up, I would like I pointed up some questions that were presented, and I would like to point these 10 ideas. First, data monitoring and evidence-based decision-making, then cooperation and interregional collaboration, also strengthening regional innovation ecosystems, building administrative and institutional capacities, improving governance quality and clarity of roles, integrating S3 with broader EU and national policy agendas, sharper prioritization and appropriate granularity, and enhancing funding tools and financial alignment, embedding transformative and mission-oriented approaches, and deepening stakeholder engagement. So I think it was we had 5 very rich presentations, and so now I would like to pass the floor to the public to ask questions, please. Short questions so we can have good answers. Anyone?
Okay. Hello, everybody. I'm Sonia. Thank you for speaking a lot of multi-level governance, which is something that came up in the beginning of the smart specialization concept, but I find it very difficult so far to understand exactly what it means, despite many books or theories and concepts. So my question would be, because most of you, well, you are actually decision makers, etc. What would you say that smart specialization brought or demanded differently, well, in specific terms, to this governance? Because we can see that there is vertical, horizontal coordination, articulation, and Liliana talked about institutionalization. So what changes? What can be done to the future? And what would be the solutions or the actions that at all levels of government and all stakeholders of policy involved people and entities could do to improve the multi-level governance, going beyond the technologies and the areas and more focusing on the articulation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I suggest more 1 or 2 questions, and after we make a run through all the speakers. Okay, if we don't have more questions, I don't know who wants to start. We cannot forget we have Petra at home, online. So maybe we start by online. Fedra, I'm sorry.
Okay, Petra. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Very interesting question and also a difficult one to answer because there were like many questions inside of one. Multi-level governance and what has changed in within smart specialization. I'm not sure how to describe that, but I see that it has kind of established a regional governance system for the regional innovation policy. So I think that's one of the great impacts it has had. Obviously, we should have, we are having communication with the national and regional levels as well, and there are another governance structure in use, but that is actually something that we already do in our regional policy. But I think this has created a link between national innovation policy and the regions as well. So this is my short answer.
Okay, thank you very much, Petra. So I suggest now Enda.
Hi, and thanks for the question. It's probably easiest to answer by answering what it's not. So if it's not multi-level governance, then potentially it's centralized governance where all decisions are being made at a central level, all the assessment of needs are made at a central level. All of the calls for funding are generic, they're not place-based at all, and they focus almost exclusively on excellence. So the danger with that then is that there's no place-based approach, there's no consultation, and that the strongest continue to succeed. Those with the most resources continue to get more resources. So that's, I suppose, what we want to prevent. There are lots of funds out there, both public and private, that will support the strongest regions and the strongest companies. I guess what we're trying to do is to point to the fact that we need to bring our regions and our companies within our regions and our universities within our regions, we need to bring them up to a level so that they can compete for those resources. So, I mentioned a lot of our emphasis was around funding the universities within our region and the technological universities. But one of the reasons we're doing that is because particularly the technological universities in our region, they have had trouble historically in competing for, say, Horizon Europe funding as an example, because they just don't have that same history, that legacy of achieving funding, and by building their research capacity, then hopefully they're in a better position then to compete for that funding.
Thank you very much, and now Paul.
Yes, thank you for the question. Well, my experience is the Portuguese experience. We have, as I explained in the presentation, we have a multi-level articulation. For example, we participate in the governance models of the National Smart Specialization Strategy. The National Innovation Agency is on our governance model. They are member of our regional innovation council. But here the question in Portugal, and I think in the other region, is that the problem is not multi-level articulation in smart specialization, because the question is to have a good multi-level articulation also in the cohesion fund management, okay? And this is where, because we can have a magnificent articulation in smart specialization strategy, if you are not aligned with the governance articulation or multi-level articulation in the European funds, it will be very difficult. So to improve this articulation, we have to improve the articulation at the management of the cohesion fund policy.
Thank you very much, Paul. Liliana, please.
Yeah, thank you. So without repeating the fact that, yes, we have now more of a bottom-up process, at least in smart specialization, that allows for more agency, let's say, at the local and regional levels. And agency like in the capability to act, to assess, to implement. I think multi-level governance also then implies that at the national level, even at the EU level, there has to be some form of consideration then for these more subnational levels. So especially when we think of the evolution of S3, where it's going to go, and potential discussions about the MFF, it's important then to consider the autonomy that has been gained in some ways at the regional level, this place-based approach that is very useful to consider the context and the challenges or particular advantages of particular contexts. It's up to then the national levels as well and the EU levels to see how the distribution can be more even, or at least support more these regions that might be at a disadvantage in particular ways, less developed if we consider the categorization of the EU. So yeah, I would say that's also a role of multi-level governance.
Thank you very much, Liliana. David, do you want to add something?
I think a lot of the answer were already very clear, and I think I really like what Edna says, and what Liliana said, with everyone. But I think here there are two parts, right? One is, so I think one question is a yes, because you asked two questions effectively. One is, has S3 helped with the multi-level governance? And I think the resounding answer is a yes. And I'm not saying this as an expert, but just by listening to them, because it has created it. Now, the second part is what's coming next. And I think you can take it in different ways. So one, we need to develop it, for sure, regardless of the conversation of where S3 will go. But if, with the current proposal of the MFF, there will be the need for multi-level governance, because if there are national regional plans, you need to have that, because otherwise someone in Lisbon, in Dublin, in Helsinki decides for Porto, for Cork, for Vasa, and that will create tensions. So there is the need to work on it and to build on it, and maybe actually here the fact that through the S3, a certain level of multi-level governance has been created and a certain level of channel of communication can happen, then probably we have good ways to do it. And I think we need to continue to work on it to make sure that this remains useful, not only in the management of funds, but also in the delivering of policy that will come as part of the competitiveness work.
Okay, thank you very much to all the speakers for the interesting presentations. And of course, I should have said it at the beginning, but I would like to thank on behalf of PlanUp Annie for the organization and of course for inviting us for moderating this panel. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you very much to our moderators, to our guests. I'm kind of moved that so many people contributed to this event. So thank you very much, all of you, especially the ones coming from far away. There's a lot of food for thought here. We are going to have to continue some of these lines of discussions in the near future. I'd just like to end this here, thanking the colleagues who have been working a lot for this. We have the communication team, Carmen and Teresa, thank you very much, and Rita that you've met, and Artur, I think you should at least come here and so people can see you. A lot of these panels and the format of the concept of this event was put together by Artur, so Artur Santoalha, thank you very much.
Thank
and
you
to the
very
rest
much
of the team. And then please go and have some drinks and some more discussions. I'll have to leave very soon because I have a train to catch, but please join us.